passing over the Netherlands, but the wind field in its wake is definitely causing some wind today, and it's even set to increase later in the day this evening. At the moment we have 23 knots of wind. Earlier it was gusting in the mid-30s. It's a bit variable if you look at the meters of the past few hours. So hopefully today the runway that we are standing next to is going to stay in use. The next airplane already visible, an A350 from Delta. Let's have a quick look at the map and see what is coming. We have 3 queens that are expected. The first one just west of Ireland is expected 10 to 11. We have one expected around 11:30. That is Atlas Air in the previous DHL or Polar livery, still blank. Cargolux Italia is expected around 11:40, and the A380 is a bit late. Today is expected around 2 p.m. If it's going to stay dry, my plan is to stick around until the A380 as usual, but we'll have to see. Not sure about the weather. For now, everything is expected to stay dry for the upcoming hours. Quick look at the wind. Wind is from the south-southwest. It is 23 knots, visibility 10 kilometers or more. Scattered clouds at 2,500 feet. 11 degrees Celsius is the temperature, or around 52 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah, and this is current runway usage according to LVNL. Let's quickly go back to the picture. Good morning everybody, and good morning Gosse. Happy birthday my friend. My buddy Gosse turned 41 today. Happy birthday. All other viewers, welcome to the show. Hope you guys are doing well. Here is Delta Airlines flight 136 arriving from Detroit, Michigan. It's an A350-900. Has been flying now for 6 hours and 41 minutes to get here. 6 years old, first flight December 2017. Chat. That is often the case of resetting the DJI mic to resolve it. It does sometimes happen during windy conditions that the voice sounds very tinny and less bassy. So do let me know when that happens. Right, more heavies are coming. One shot from the A350 to begin with. Nice start of the stream. 777-200 up next. Arriving from Johannesburg, followed by an A330-200 arriving from Vancouver, Canada. Now also a big thank you to Marco, who just now became a member of the Aurora Sky Lounge. Thank you so much for that, Marco. Welcome to the club. Feel free to use the custom emojis that are at your disposal whenever you want. Thank you for your support. Welcome to the club. Hope you are going to have a good time in the lounge. Now, this is KLM flight 592 that we see. 777-200 ER arriving from Johannesburg, South Africa. The flight itself has been lasting 10 hours and 35 minutes now. The airplane itself has been flying since March 2004, so that is 19 years of service already. Big picture wise, what does it look like right now? There are already a couple of people over here that came spotting. This is what it looks like looking to the west. You can see here and there some blue, still plenty of water in the fields, saturated with the plenty of rain that we have had over the last couple of months. Looking to the east, beautiful morning sun shining through the clouds. Looking to the southeast, looking back to the east again, firefighters are also on parade. They will be passing by from the left shortly. They're now underway to the northern threshold, after which they will return on this side of the runway. Visualization of the wind, and of course looking to the south. Lastly, quickly back to the 777. What a nice scene. And Wolf, Marissa, good morning. Good to see you both. Hope you are doing well. All the other viewers as well, good morning. Jackie, good morning. The blue spanners have arrived. Now, Show, thank you so much for your generous super chat. Who says already know it's going to be a great stream with a beautiful donation there. Thank you so much, and a very big thank you to Jinshin for a very generous super chat there. I don't know what I've done to deserve this, but thank you so much for that, Jinshin. Aloha to you. Hope you're doing well. Thank you so much. This is really bonkers. Thank you so much, Jinshin. Happy holidays to you too. Mrs. Professor, good morning to you too. Blackbirds, good morning. A lot of people already tuning in. So great to see you all again. Alright, our next airplane is arriving from Vancouver, Canada. It is KLM flight 682, which is an Airbus A330-200. Having flown 8 hours and 50 minutes, now touching down. An 18-year-old airplane that had its first flight in August 2005. Despite the windiness, it is KLM after all. Let's save on using the reversers. Good morning, Sarah, Dale, Erin, André, Bisnovat, Leopoldine, Goedemorgen, Patrick, goedemorgen, Ovek, good morning, Susanna, good morning, Vicinius, Droopy, Gambino, good morning. Oh, yeah, okay. Still had that digital zoom enabled. I was wondering why my zoom was doing 2 speeds with one button, but it slows down to a more slow zoom when it enters in when it passes optical zoom goes into digital zoom. I had that enabled, of course, for the last couple of airplanes during the last stream when ATC was trolling us and they sent all the heavies to the center runway. But for now I'm going to turn it off again, just so we're going to stay in pure optical zoom range. About the goods, well, I will show you in a moment. Unfortunately, it looks like the pond over here, the canal, is empty once again. Last time I saw cars over there, yeah, it was a hunting crew. Looks like they're going to hunt in the field or something. Now, if we hear fireworks, it might be bird controllers, it might be hunters, it might also be random people in the Netherlands setting off fireworks, because today the fireworks sale for retail has begun. Last 3 store days of the year in the Netherlands, we have this tradition where private people can also buy fireworks to set off during New Year's Eve. Now, as soon as the sale has begun, you will often also start hearing the bangs, and youth, including myself back in the day, were already setting off fireworks as soon as it was available. If we hear it over the wind, that is. Embraer 175 up next, flight 265 from Lot, arriving from Warsaw. Touching down after 2 hours and 2 minutes of flight. No apparent issues there with the landing. Looks like a landing without using the reversers at all. I think we might be in for a butt shot here. Yeah, here it comes. Polish butt shot. A booty that is 11 years old. This airplane began flying in January 2012 for the first time. And you can see nicely the reflections of the light and the taxi stripes on the tarmac in the bottom end of the tail. Sam, goedemorgen. Mick, good morning. Goedemorgen. Sasha, Albert, Abdullah, Mick, good morning. Hey Cube, good morning, mate. Now, let's see. The next airplane coming this way is from British Airways. Flock of birds in the background passing between the 2 airplanes that we can already see. The airplane in the top left is Delta Airlines Flight 74, the second A350 of the show already. And behind that we are going to see American Airlines Flight 204 arriving from Philadelphia, which is going to be a Dreamliner. Let me see, can we see it already? It does look like we cannot see the third airplane just yet, or at least I cannot spot it already looking at my little 2.5-inch screen. Speedbird Flight 2540 touching down after coming here from London Gatwick. hope the voiceover audio is good. Do let me know if it sounds a bit tinny. Like I said before, it can happen sometimes. I think it has to do with wind. The radio signal of the DJI mic sometimes seems a bit vulnerable for wind or whatever. But it's a simple matter of rebooting it, which takes a few seconds, and then often it gets better again. And good morning all other viewers who have joined in the meantime. Benny, Ricardo, Grietje, Shadow, Andre202, Joe Schmo, good morning. Oh, abortion, an abortion. It's the first go around. Delta flight 74. I was already wondering why it went to the top of my screen as I had locked my tripod just now. Going immediately over me. Let's see what's the best way to follow it. It's going to be like so. En goedemorgen Ina, who is watching with Benny. Whoa! Let's see, turn back like so that the wires don't get tangled. So we're going to see that airplane again in a few minutes. Next up, American Airlines. Flight 204, returning to Amsterdam from Philly, Boeing 7878 Dreamliner. Flight time 6 hours and 10 minutes to get from Philadelphia to where it is right now. This airplane has been flying in total now for 3 years, since July 2020. Good morning, John from Melbourne. Marcus, good morning. Martin R, goedemorgen. Night Rider, good morning. Janus, good morning. Hope all is well. Good to see you again, my friend. Hey, there's Wayne, good morning. It is once again a windy day, as you guys can see over here in Amsterdam. Storm Gerrit. That's the way you should pronounce it. Probably hard for non-Dutch speakers. Gerrit. It's not passing over the Netherlands. It's passing north of us, but it is still creating significant wind here today. That is set to increase even overnight tonight. Unfortunately, it will be dark already by then. The storm named after a Dutch meteorologist that was until recently almost daily on TV, on the Dutch BBC, so to speak, the Dutch public services, TV services I should say. Gerrit Hiemstra. This is a Vueling A320 arrival from Firenze, Florence. I said A320, I think A319 of course. Siegfried Gaming asks if I might be there on January 4th. I have no idea. What day is that of the week? That might be a Thursday? I think a Thursday, right? I think I have to work on the 2nd and the 3rd. That's Tuesdays and Wednesdays. Well, if the weather is okay, probably. I will probably be out there then. Next up, Air Canada flight 808. Arriving from Toronto, Canada, Boeing 7878 Dreamliner. With a flight time of 6 hours and 22 minutes to get to where it is right now. This airplane, 9 years old, began flying in April 2014. It has sunglasses on, although the sun is not shining. Well, at least it is covered by clouds over here right now. Bit optimistic. Nice use of the reversers there. I think we might be in for a Canadian butt shot. If you like big butts and you cannot lie, this is for you. Now, Jinshin, what the F are you doing, mate? Gifting 10 memberships just now. I mean, that's very much appreciated, but together with your very generous super chat, I think that is your budget for today, mate. Thank you so much, Jinshin, for another 10 new members to the club. If you are one of the recipients of the 10 memberships that Jinshin just now gave, don't forget to say thank you. Thank you so much, Jinshin. I think that is your budget for today. Man, thank you so much, my friend, and welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, those 10 new members. Next up, a couple of smaller airplanes to begin with. KLM flight 982, an Embraer 190 from KLM City Hopper, returning from London City. Flight time nominal 39 minutes as we speak. 11-year-old airplane, first flight January 2012. I think I am going to put my pen handle just one notch higher. That makes following a bit easier, I think. There we go. Another airplane that is around 10 to 15 years old. This one 11 years old. First flight January 2012. Embraer 190s, easily recognizable if you look at the winglets. Relatively smaller than the Embraer 175. They are pointing more vertically. Those on the Embraer 175 are more outward pointing. If it has big engines and no winglets, it is an E2 Embraer 195. And a little butt shot to boot. Let's quickly turn back. El Al flight 337 arriving from Tel Aviv is up next, and it is already almost touching down. Not a lot of separation between the narrow bodies here. Flight 337, 737-900. Touching down after 4 hours and 28 minutes of flight. That is par for the course between Tel Aviv and Amsterdam, 4.5 hours roughly. Nice little use of the reversers there. Beautiful lighting over here. Mornings always make for nice lighting conditions when the sun is not out outright. Otherwise the backlight might be a hindrance sometimes. And she is out there, the sun. We might get to see it a bit later. Definitely openings here and there in the clouds. This is where the clouds are blowing from. This is also where we need to look to see if rain is coming. As you can see, even a few contrail remnants here and there are visible. Not seeing any active contrails being formed right now in the vicinity. But who knows, maybe later we get to see one. Alright, well, our first airplane is Lufthansa Flight 988, an A319. Coming home, or I should say coming to Amsterdam, coming to visit Amsterdam. Its home is of course in Germany. Coming to visit from Frankfurt. In the top left we can see the Delta A350 that went around earlier on its second attempt to land. No issues here. Little A319. Right, let's quickly turn back as the sun almost looks like it is going to show itself. However, first let's have a look at the second attempt of landing of the now number 2 worldwide most tracked on flight radar. Still quiet at flight radar it seems. This one is followed by 576 people. Delta Airlines Flight 74. The Delta A350-900 that went around earlier. Second attempt at landing, arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. Flight time 7 hours and 26 minutes as we speak. A 4-year-old airplane that began flying in February of the year 2019. Easy does it. Nice. Nice. A350 butt shot coming in. beautiful. So, in the water, it is still quiet. Did not see any birds, coots or grebes. I think there are maybe a few past the bridge. If I look on the left side of the canal, now more to the center. So there definitely are some birds, but they do seem to be more to the south. Over here in the vicinity, nothing to see, unfortunately. No birds. No birds of flesh and blood, that is. Little KLM 737 returning from Paris Charles de Gaulle. One of the many flights between the two capitals. Good morning, Sarah. Good to see you again. Nick spielt so 2. Morgen. Oh man, Jin has to go. That was a short-lived visit to the stream then. Jin, thank you so much for joining. Thank you for those very kind donations. Very generous of you. Too bad that you have to go to bed already. Looking forward to seeing you on the next one. This is EasyJet flight 28673 arriving from London Gatwick A319. Flight time 44 minutes, that is par for the course. 40 to 45 minutes is normal for Amsterdam, London. 12-year-old airplane. First flight July 2011. Right, now, unfortunately, I can only see one airplane at a time. No glide slope shots, which is a pity, because I know that Mr. Donnelly likes glide slope shots just as much as I do. Good morning, Jerry. Good to see you again. Hope all is well. And thank you so much for just now gifting 5 memberships, mate. You really shouldn't have, but thank you so much. Good to see you again. Hope you're doing well. And thank you once again. If you just got gifted a membership by Jerry, don't forget to say thank you. And welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. Those 5 new members, feel free to use the custom emojis at your disposal whenever you feel like it. Alright, is she going to land? Or just hover a meter above the ground? No, buttery. Look at that, beautiful. Nice lighting. That was one for the books, beautiful. Level up. That was beautiful. Now, will we be seeing similar beautiful landings after this one? The next 2 airplanes, 2 heavies. I think, yeah, it is indeed the hunting crew that just fired off some shots. Shots fired. Shots fired. Well, there you go. The hunting is on. If it isn't fireworks or the bird controllers, it is hunters in the field. Now, as I was saying, will we see buttery smooth landings like the one we saw just now from the next two airplanes? The first one is a Dreamliner from TUI arriving from Bonaire, flight 365, a Boeing 7878 Dreamliner. We'll be touching down after 8 hours and 36 minutes of flight. The airplane 9 years old, first flight May 2014. Not as floaty as the Air Arabia Morocco. Right. Next up, a 777-200 arriving from New York JFK KLM flight 644. Flight time from New York to Amsterdam thus far 6 hours 12 minutes, which I think is a bit shorter than normal. Must have had a bit of tailwind. Now, this 777, 16 years old, began flying in April of the year 2007. Not the youngest anymore. Now, looks like we might have a few moments which I think are best used to update the ticker with the latest METAR and do another briefing. There are a couple of Queens underway, there is an A380 underway. The next airplane also coming. A321 from Finnair, arriving from Helsinki. Let's do a quick rundown of the current status quo. It seems that this is now the only runway being used for arrivals, and that is confirmed by LVNL. We're standing somewhere over here. Polderbaan, only runway for arrivals. METAR, what has the weather been doing? Still a 22 knot wind from 210 degrees. No gusts mentioned in the METAR. Looks more or less the same as it was earlier. Still 11 degrees centigrade. That is approximately 52 degrees Fahrenheit. Big picture wise, we have the first Queen coming, and now over central mainland UK we have another Queen. Southwest of Ireland we have another Queen that is just in Austrian airspace. And the A380 still flying over central Turkey, expected around 2:05. If the weather allows me to, I am going to stick around for that. This is the past hour, or has it? Is it? Yeah, okay, well, that's interesting. Droplets on the radar. If it is actually precipitation that reaches the ground, I don't know. Might be. Right, let me quickly paste the ticker into the METAR into the ticker for you guys and update the runway usage. Then it's back to the camera. So runway 18 right. retail consumers, as of today, shots fired in the field left of me by hunters. Bird controllers might also fire away. Alright, the next airplane is Air Malta. It's an A320neo arriving from Malta. Big surprise. Flight 394 has been flying for 2 hours and 55 minutes thus far. A 4-year-old airplane, first flight July 2019. If you just joined the show, welcome. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. This is the Polderbaan runway 18 right. Currently the only runway being used for arrivals. Wind is blowing from the south-southwest with just over 20 knots. Earlier we also had gusts in the mid-30s. It doesn't feel like the wind is slowing down by any means though. It's not so much Storm Gerrit itself that is passing north of us, but in its wake we are definitely having above average wind speeds here today that are even set to increase later in the day. More shots fired. Luckily the birds got away. I really hope that these hunters don't catch anything. As a vegetarian of more than, well, almost 30 years, out of principle, I'm not too fond about hunters. So I hope all their shots miss their goal. Well, shots fired. If it's not left of me, then it might be right of me by the bird controllers. This is EasyJet arriving from Milan, an A320. And now touching down after 1 hour and 26 minutes of flight. Butt shot coming in. Here we go. In a few seconds. There we go. Now let's quickly turn back the camera. There is a 777 up next. And you might see at 10 o'clock small airplane, that's an A319 following in its wake, EasyJet arriving from Birmingham. In the foreground we have China Cargo Airlines, flight 209, visiting Amsterdam from Shanghai. This airplane has been flying for no less than 11 hours and 31 minutes on this flight. It is a 777 freighter. The first flight of this airplane was in January 2010, making this airplane 13 years old. And in a month from, well, in a week from now, it's going to celebrate its 14th birthday. Let's look and listen. All your orders from Temu and AliExpress have just arrived. Hey, die Wilma, goedemorgen. Johan, good morning. Daniel, goedemorgen. Daniel is coming over. Nice. Good to see you again. Would be nice to see you again in real life. Now, if you're liking what you're seeing and you haven't dropped a like so far, don't forget to do so. Really helps to promote this stream to people such as yourself who also are into stuff like this. The sun almost coming out from behind the clouds. The weather radar was indicating a little bit of precipitation passing south of me, but I'm not seeing it. It doesn't look like precipitation over there. It does look like a contrail is forming right over me. It's a little twin jet. A little hard to see right now with the camera orientation necessary to see it. Now, there are 3 747s, 3 Queens, and the A380 are underway. Well, there are more 747s on the way, but there are 3 preceding the A380. The A380 is a bit late today. Expected to land around 2 p.m. My goal is to stick around until the A380 has landed on whichever runway it might be. Ooh, flyby from Russell. He was keeping quiet, but did spot him. Now you can also see the windsock in the distance, pretty much erect. Look at the winds from the chimneys in the port area. You can see it is moving away from us. And over here we have a little SAS A320 arriving from Oslo, flight 821. Tiger 74, guten Morgen, good to see you again, hope all is well. Butt shot from the SAS, incoming. Also a big thank you to Gerrit, who just now super chatted and writes, boy is in danger zone, hobby hunters with pet dogs and huge guns, field birds explode, no meat left to eat. Absolutely, mate. Thank you so much for that super chat, Gerrit. It is almost a war zone here, but let's not make jokes about that, because this is nowhere near as dangerous as actual war zones, of course. Let's quickly turn back the camera. Have a look at the next airplane that is coming. It is a flying AMS Live logo, a 787-10 Dreamliner arriving from Cartagena, KLM flight 741, the KLM 100 years livery, no less. Touching down now after 9 hours and 14 minutes of flight. Beautiful airplane, if you ask me. Getting the taxi back to the gate. For those of you who are unfamiliar with Schiphol Airport, the runway we are now standing next to is the latest edition, was built in 2003, and it is really far away from the main platform area. The ATC control tower, the main tower, is over there. The terminal building is adjacent to it, all the gates are there as well, which means zooming out again so you can see how far away it is. That means a significant taxi. The airplanes that have landed here are taxiing along the line of trees. over to the main platform area. Still 10 to 15 minutes of taxi. Because the runway is so far removed from the rest of the platform area, it has a dedicated second tower dedicated to traffic to and from this runway. Adjacent to it is the fire station and one windsock on Viagra. Let's quickly turn back. The next airplane to arrive is going to be a CRJ from Lufthansa City Line, visiting Amsterdam from Munich, flight 2302, flight time 1 hour and 23 minutes. It is a CRJ 900 long range, 14 years old. This airplane began flying in March of the year 2009. Croatia Airlines arriving from Zagreb will be following it. A320 and an Embraer 175 arriving from the Czech Republic from Prague will be number 3. Acne, but Agna. And Confius asks about go-arounds while we are looking this CRJ in the butt. Only one so far. It was a pretty early abortion of the approach. It was one of Delta's A350s that went around and landed successfully without any issues on its second attempt. Wolfie 2023, goedemorgen. Hadi Bram, goedemorgen. All other viewers who have joined in the meantime, welcome to you as well. Hope everybody is doing alright. Last days of the year over here in the Netherlands. The fireworks sale for consumers has begun, so a lot of youthful, mostly boys, truth be told, will be setting off fireworks in the next couple of days. Always the last 3 shopping days of the year, consumers are able to purchase fireworks in the Netherlands. Now if that's not enough, over here we also have the bird controllers. I can also set off fireworks. Now in the field, oh yeah, they are still there. Best to point the camera in this direction then. Also something you don't see very often, but it does sometimes occur. Hunters that are hunting in this field. A couple of shots have already been fired. Now, how well can we see glide slope shots? The answer is not great. 2 airplanes visible. In the foreground, the Embraer 175 arriving from Prague. Behind it, Flypigs arriving from Istanbul. Pegasus. This is KLM flight 1352 returning from the Czech Republic from Prague. Embraer 175, look at the winglets and you will instantaneously recognize it. Relatively tall and outward pointing compared with the Embraer 190. Of course, the fuselage length, when you see it from the side like we do now, is also an indication, but from the front, the winglets are the best way to identify them immediately. Took this airplane 1 hour and 26 minutes to get here, and it has been flying now for 6 years. Go into the light, my child. Our next airplane, Pegasus Flight 1251, A321neo, returning to Amsterdam from Istanbul. Normally speaking, that would be a 3 hour or so flight. Today, 3 hours 24 minutes, so apparently a bit of headwind underway. Relatively new airplane, this A321neo, began flying in April of the year 2022. A 1-year-old airplane, banking a little bit, left and right. The wind today is from, well, at least on the latest meter, it was 210 degrees. So, as you can see, a little bit of crabbing, but not severely. Mostly headwind, landing on this runway though. Noise and floaty. Oink, fly pigs! Hey there, Captain Eddie Bosch. Good morning. Good to see you. Good evening to you, my friend. Are you watching with your nephew again? Oh yeah. Indeed, Marissa remarking that the Cargolux Queen is in the retro livery, so black nose tip. We did see it once before already. In fact, it was also landing here on this runway with more crosswind than today. Made for a beautiful thumbnail. Should have thought of that before I took the glide slope shot thumbnail for today's stream. Because that is coming. Now, this is Turkish in the 300th aircraft sticker version, arriving from Istanbul as well. Reversers, question mark. Now reversers, butt shot, question mark. I think we might be in for a butt shot. Turkish flight 1951, the infamous flight number. A330-300. This airplane 5 minutes shorter flight time than the Pegasus A321neo. And Andian is sleeping. Okay, so it is just Captain Eddie Bosch on his own. Welcome to everybody who has joined in the meantime. Marissa informing us that the center runway has now also opened up. Qatar 777 arriving from Doha, the first airplane to arrive on that runway in the meantime. Coming this way. On this runway is Speedbird Flight 430 arriving from London Heathrow, A320, 44 minutes of flight time, 21 years old, first flight September 2002. Hey die Ton, hey die Han, goedemorgen heren, good to see you both. Trust you both are doing well. Alrighty, nothing to see, business as usual. British butt shot coming in. And after the butt shot, I think it is time to have a look at that Qatar 777 going to center. And that's good news, Marissa. Thank you for informing us. Cargolux Queen confirmed for Polderbaan. So that is the retro livery with the black tip nose. If you want to look at what is coming, have a look on Flight Radar. Beautiful airplane to see. Retro liveries, most of them beautiful to see regardless. Air Lingus has a nice retro livery. SAS as well. Both visited Schiphol recently and made for some nice thumbnails. Right, this is Qatar Flight 275 arriving from Doha. 777-300ER. Is now exposed to the wind, making it a bit hard to keep the shot steady. The airplane on this flight has been flying for 6 hours and 25 minutes and has been flying in total now for 10 years. Began flying in April of the year 2003. Also landing on this runway, and Embraer 190 from KLM, uneventful, as if there is no wind blowing at all. Nice butt shot though. And good morning, Alan, Big Al. How you doing, mate? Good to see you again. And Kaylin says, hello, the Tarom is coming. I can't wait. Is that the baby bus today? Well, before we're going to see Tarom, we're first going to see Aeromexico. Not the Quetzalcoatl special livery, but the standard livery behind it. And ladies and gentlemen, members, get out your play emojis already. And also make sure that the butt shot emoji is nearby. We are going to see the play A321 today, arriving from Reykjavik. The number 2 now after this Aeromexico Dreamliner arriving from Mexico City. Aeromexico Flight 25, Boeing 7878 Dreamliner has been flying now for 9 hours and 51 minutes to get from Mexico City to where it is right now. Overall, this airplane has been flying for 9 years now. Began its career as a professional airplane in December 2014. Have a look at the flex of the wings. As soon as those spoilers rise, bloop, wings come down. Is the AMX Aeromexico. Beautiful. What I always love about Aeromexico is that they almost always use their reversers. Dreamliner can sound very nice if they do apply reverse thrust. Mexican butt shot to boot. And good morning, Georgios, tuning in from Kalamata, Greece once again. Also a very frequent visitor of the stream. Hope everybody is doing alright. And most importantly, hope everybody is having fun. If you are liking what you're seeing and you have done so already, don't forget to drop a like. If you want to stay informed of upcoming live streams, be sure to subscribe and hit the bell icon. You're not doing that for me, it's for yourself, so that YouTube notifies you whenever I schedule another live stream. The next airplane, it is play time, ladies and gentlemen. Bright red A321neo arriving from Reykjavik. Flight 460. Flight time 2 hours 47 minutes. The airplane is 5 years old. First flight was in January 2018. And the Tarom seems to be going to the center runway. 737-800, now number 3 or so. Just saw it appear on my little postage stamp of flight radar that I have on my phone. Yo, JD, Morgan, good to see you again, mate. Still busy, eh? Right, playtime, butt shot, combo shot. Here we go, beautiful. Top of the morning, Sir Rodriguez. Good to see you again, Evan. Hope all is well over there in SoCal. As you can see, it is still windy over here. They call Chicago the Windy City. Well, they should also start considering naming Amsterdam the Windy City. This is KLM flight 758 787-10 Dreamliner returning from Panama City. Touchdown after 9 hours and 26 minutes of flight. 4 years old in total. First flight was in October 2019. And good morning, Tony, who is tuning in from a breezy Suffolk. So the Brits, at least on the east coast, also still having breezy conditions as we do over here. Storm Gerrit not so much passing over the country, but in its wake still significant wind. Garbage disposal van. Oh, there are a few litter bins over there. They're probably emptying them. And the hunt is still on. Let's see. They are still over there, the hunters. Haven't heard a lot of shots actually. Now maybe the wind will carry the sounds away from such a distance. Normally speaking, when the bird controllers shell out some fireworks, you do hear it. Set off, I should say. Right, A320neo arriving from Edinburgh. That is the next airplane on this runway. EasyJet flight 270 7836. Short flight, 59 minutes. Austrian registered A320 Neo, that is a year old. Interesting. Yeah, no, indeed a year old. And Wolfie says that the Boeing 747 Cargolux retro livery just entered Dutch airspace. Marissa already confirmed it was assigned to this runway. And a very good morning to you too, Paul. Good to see you, Mr. Biker. Let's see. Ryanair. Cargolux is the number 3. Excellent. Right. Also saw that there was an ITA Air going to center. It was beautiful blue. Let's see if we can catch that as well. Actually, I think it might be the airplane in the background. Brand new, began flying in November, so still very much under warranty, this one. And the prettiest blue in the game, if you ask me. Coming on this runway, up next is going to be a Ryanair 737-800 visiting Amsterdam from Dublin, Ireland. Right, so parallel landing in progress at the moment. Hunters in the field over there. There they are. Shots have already been fired, literally. Our next airplane up next, Ryanair arriving from Dublin. Gives me a few minutes to update the ticker. Let's have a look at the METAR, shall we? So right now, and also let's do a refresh. The weather radar past hour. I'm not sure if this is real precipitation, and it looks like it is passing south of us. And in the upcoming hours, not much is to be seen. Cargolux coming, 2 other queens coming. The Emirates A380 still expected around 2 p.m. Refresh of the METAR says that we now have a 25 knot wind from 210 degrees. Mostly headwind. Few clouds at 2,200 feet, still 11 degrees Celsius. Current runway usage, okay. Center in addition to the rest that was already open. Now, no time to update the ticker. I will do that in a minute. I have copied the METAR, but let's first look at this airplane, and after that it is the Queen. Ryanair arriving from Dublin, Ireland, 737-800. Almost always uses their reverse thrust Let's turn back. The retro liveried Cargolux 747 up next, the number 5 worldwide most tracked right now. By only 320 people. I think we have a few more viewers right now in the chat. Let's make it number 1, shall we? Arriving from Miami, Florida, this is a Cargolux 747-400 that has been flying for 7 hours and 36 minutes to get here. It is 17 years old. The first flight of this airplane was in July 2006. Magnificent airplane to see. Also, a big thank you to Nick for celebrating a month of membership. Happy New Year all, and thank you so much for that, Nick. Happy New Year to you too already. The fireworks were already set off just now in the field left of me by the hunters. Beautiful. Delayed booty shot, there we go. Her Majesty the Queen, the first of 3 in total that are expected to arrive before the A380. The A380 today is a bit late. Expected around 2 p.m. Weather permitting, I intend to stick around until the A380. Magnificent. Hope the audio is still good. Ambient is probably okay, but do let me know if my voiceover mic starts becoming a bit tinny. It can sometimes happen when it is windy, and a quick reboot of the DJI mic will often resolve it, so do let me know if it does start sounding tinny, my voice. Got a couple more queens coming up. First up is going to be KLM flight 986. Let me also quickly update the ticker. We were still do it in little steps. First the METAR. Oh, shots being fired. The hunters are actually hunting. This is KLM flight 986, arriving from London City. Embraer 190, touchdown after 37 minutes of flight. That is par for the course, 35 to 40 minutes. That is around the average for Amsterdam, London. 13-year-old airplane, first flight August 2010. Also update the ticker 18C. There we go. Now Big picture wise, it is a bit more cloudy now than it was earlier. This is what it looks like looking to the south. The sun is hiding behind those clouds somewhere over there. The wind is coming from the southwest, so this is where we need to look to see what weather is coming. Although it is cloudy, it doesn't look like rain anytime soon. The west looks a bit more open. This is looking to the east. And we constantly keep looking to the north to see the next airplanes approach. This is, of course, another Embraer 175 from KLM. We still see the Queen in the background, taxiing back. Looking to the north, it looks the most open of all the quadrants in the air, the wind directions right now. Let's see if it makes for better glide slope visibility. The number 2 in the top left quadrant, vaguely visible, but is there a number 3 somewhere over there as well? Not seeing it. Visibility not optimal, but definitely doable. This is KLM flight 1072, 737-800 arriving from Manchester. 43 minutes of flight. 16-year-old airplane, first flight December 2007. Good morning. With the exception of the wind hindering me a little bit here with speech and the hands at risk of getting cold, otherwise I'm doing perfectly fine over here, enjoying the day. Hope you're doing well as well, Miss Wolves. Oh dear, have we reached some kind of likes threshold? It seems so. Let's have a look at the laptop then. Oh, 500 likes. Thank you all so much for that. I was wondering why I was seeing gifted memberships once again. Jerry just now gifting 5 memberships. Thank you for that, Jerry. And JD also gifting 5 memberships just now. Thank you so much for that, JD. If you are one of the 10 recipients of the gifted memberships from either Jerry or JD, don't forget to say thank you or dankeschön respectively. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, those 10 new members, and thank you so much for your support, Jerry and JD. Now, we're still at Polderbaan over here. It does look like there's also a bizjet heading for runway 22. And Stuart, good morning. Stuart says, super quality stream. Thanks, AMS Live. You're welcome, mate. Thank you so much for your kind words. Glad you're enjoying the show, and I hope, of course, that everybody is. That's the most important thing over here. Although, looking at what the channel has become, it feels more like I am a pub owner that is just hosting a bit of background film and mumbling for an awesome group of people that just comes together and chats in the live chat with me just providing some background video and audio. Awesome to see what it has become. This is another KLM flight from London City, KLM flight 984, Embraer 190, touching down effortlessly. Most landings have been smooth so far, with the exception of the one go around that was aborted quite early, the A350 from from Delta, flight 74 if I recall correctly. Now I'm also hearing bangs from the south. I think that might be bird controller. Now, where is the bird controller? I do believe I see a bird control van instead of a pickup truck. I think this is a bird control vehicle that you see in the center. Bird controllers over here at Schiphol have several tools at their disposal to chase away birds. Often they use flares or fireworks. They also have a sound effects board with which they can mimic or play the sounds of predator birds. Now, also a big thank you to Marco, who just now gifted another 5 memberships. Thank you so much for that, Marco. Very much appreciated. If you are one of the 5 recipients of Marco's gifted memberships, don't forget to say thank you to Marco. Marco, dankjewel, thank you so much. And welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, those 5 new members. Oh dear, the drink service is bad. Sorry, Han. Yeah, it's very much bring your own liquor over here. Wish I could do something about that, but I don't see just how in the short run. Air France up by the looks of it. Oui. Air France flight 1749 94. Number 170, Air France up, arriving from Lyon. Up and away. Transavia going to center, 737-800. Have to wait a little for the next 747s. Speaking of which, shall we have another look at flight radar? And thank you, Special J, for your kind words there, mate. Glad you're liking what I'm doing here. Hope everybody is. Let's have a quick look before the next airplane becomes very close to the runway and have a look at the quad squad that is still upon us. 2 747s approaching. If center runway stays open, this one is probably going to land on runway center. Mind you, we can still see it quite well from over here. Visibility is good. I have decent zoom. This airplane is expected in half an hour from now. This airplane is expected 5 minutes later. Now 11:40, that's also normally approximately the time that ATC opens or closes runway, so it might be that center will close around then. The last airplane of the day, the Emirates A380, expected around 2 o'clock. It is late today. If the weather allows me to stay out until then, my plan is to stay out until then. As I normally do, waiting for the A380. If it is early, we're done a bit sooner. If it is a bit late, if it's not excessively late, we're a bit later with finishing the stream. This is Iberia Express, flight 3722 A320, arriving from Madrid, touching down after an hour and 53 minutes, effortlessly. Year airplane, 21-year-old airplane. 21 year. Did I say 21-year airplane now? That is low caffeine levels. Little butt shot, 21-year-old airplane that began flying in June of the year 2002. die Gerrit. Name giver to the storm. Good to see you, Gerrit. Hope all is well. It feels like it is a bit windy, or at least that the wind is picking up a little bit. We can also see that the hunters are gathering quite closely over here with their guns. Not seeing a lot of prey that they have caught, so hopefully they just missed everything. And it is indeed a bird control van that we saw a bit further south, now just passed us by. So it is for pickup trucks and one van at least. This is KLM flight 934 737-800, returning home from Dublin, Ireland. Flight time 1 hour and a minute. That is par for the course. Ireland, Dublin, around an hour of flying away, similar to Copenhagen. I believe Helsinki is 2 hours, and Istanbul is roughly 3 hours. (737-800). That is 23 years old already. First flight was in September 2000. If you look, it is definitely a bit crowded over here. A lot of people have come to watch airplanes land with the windy conditions that we have right now. Got, what is this? Aegean? Yeah, Aegean going to center, A321, returning to Amsterdam from Athens. This is definitely the angle where it is the most difficult to keep the camera stable. Wind blowing perpendicularly, biggest surface area that it can hit now. Airplane. And in the meantime, a big thank you to Mr. Vogel, John, celebrating 3 months of membership today. And he writes, "You do a great stream, boy. Thank you. Thank you so much for your continued support, John. Very much appreciate your membership, and I hope that you stay a valued member for many more months to come." Thank you so much, John, for your kind words and your continued support. Also a big thank you to Miss Wolves13 for celebrating 5 months of membership, 5 months of continued support. Loving every minute. Happy New Year to everyone, she writes. Thank you so much, Miss Wolves, for your continued support and for your Happy New Year wishes. Happy New Year to you as well, obviously. Now, let's have a look. Bit of quietness over here, although the next airplane is already coming. It is a 737 MAX 8 from Iceland, Air Flight 506. That is the first airplane to come. 777 should be flying left of me. I'm looking to see if I can spot it. I think the clouds are in the way. Where are they? You'd think I would be able to see it, but let's see, what altitude is it on? (5,000 feet). clouds are in the way, unfortunately. That's a pity. Now we've got two 747s that are coming pretty soon. One will go to this runway, the other probably not. The Max 8, is it already somewhere visible? I'm not seeing it visually, I'm just checking to see if the camera maybe picks it up already. But it is still a bit further to the north. Also at the moment no immediate traffic to the center runway. And the hunters have left the field by the looks of it. Oh, they're continuing further to the north, it looks like, to do more hunting. Oh, there are two more in the field over there. Rare sight to see, you don't see hunters over here in the wild that often. Gun control, gun possession over here in the Netherlands is tightly controlled. So, not a lot of people owning guns or firearms in general. So seeing hunters with guns is something you really don't see very often over here in the Netherlands. Let's see. Iceland Air is sending two Maxes today. Marissa rides a Max 8 and the second one is going to be a Max 9. Traffic is picking up again further north. I think this is the Max 8. Yeah, and that's all we can see in the north right now. Let's fixate the tripod, lock the axis, reduces vibration. Now, let's see. Hey, triple from KLM arriving from Cape Town is going to center for some reason. And we get all the narrow bodies. That's not the plan. We didn't agree that. Gil Sanchez asks, there's not fence to enter the airport, only a river? Absolutely. There is fence where there are bridges. So for instance, on the other side there is access to the runway area for emergency services. There you have a bit of a fence. Same over here. There is access for vehicles over there, and there you see barbed wire fences. But other than that, all around the runway area is warded off by a body of water, that's it. And Koen, dankjewel for your kind words. I'm one of his favorite YouTubers. Do continue, he writes in Dutch. Thank you so much, Koen. I will definitely do my best to do that. Thank you so much for your kind words there, Koen. This is Iceland Air Flight 506, Boeing 737 Max 8. Ooh, nice. Little wibbly wobbly, but there you go. Flight 506. 2 hours and 41 minutes of flight, 5 years old, first flight August 2018. No butt shot, but we did get to see some nice wibbly wobbly last minute corrections there. Mrs. Professor asks how deep the water is. I haven't tested it myself yet, so I have no idea. Probably not more than a meter, 3 feet or so. Maybe a bit more, but I would be surprised if it was deeper than that. And Gerrit has to go. My new wife is stuck in the hot tub, displaced all the water. Better call the emergency services then. Thank you so much for joining, Gerrit. Enjoy the rest of your day. Hope to see you on the next one, mate. And good luck with freeing your missus from the hot tub. Right, next up, KLM 737-800, flight 1724, arriving from Brussels. Mussels from Brussels and the Sprouts are on this flight. Mere 28 minutes of flight, of course, to neighboring capital cities, as the crow flies not too far away from each other. And the triple that I would have loved to see land on this runway, going to the wrong runway, the center runway, 777-300ER, KLM flight 598, arriving from Cape Town, South Africa. On the way now for 10 hours and 38 minutes. This airplane, 11 years old, first flight May 2012. And Wolfie, thank you, as well as Marissa, the Cargolux Queen. The Cargolux Italia has entered Dutch airspace and the Cargolux Queen from Nairobi confirmed for center. How much those wings are flexed upward. It's the Dreamliner that is famous for it, but it happens on all airplanes, and particularly when you see them approach center from a distance like we do now, you can clearly see that even on the triple it is quite well visible from the side. Obviously not as much flex as in the Dreamliner wings, but definitely noticeable. Right, next up, number 190 with sunglasses on. That can mean only one thing. It is a German Airways, flying for KLM, arriving from Bristol, flying as KLM flight 1050. Short flight, 51 minutes of flight time. This airplane is 15 years old, began flying in January 2008, so this airplane is exactly as old as Chucky and as the Orange Pride PHPVA. Nice little use of the reverser there. Hope you guys pick up on it. Probably a lot of wind rumble. And oh, second go around. The second go around of the show. KLM flight 1422 737-800, arriving from Birmingham. Hey there, Daniel and Hans and all other viewers who have joined. In the meantime, welcome to the show. Second go around. First one, an A350 from Delta, and this A737-800 from KLM. be seeing that one again shortly. Let's see. Next up is an Embraer 175 arriving from Stavanger, KLM flight 1198. Can we see it already? Only just. Die Anne, goedemorgen. Now I don't know exactly when the go around was of the A350. I think it was in the first hour. Was Delta Airlines flight 74 that went around. Now, snow in Stavanger, white nose tip, KLM flight 1198, Embraer 175, an hour and 14 minutes of flight time, 5 years old, first flight, January 2018. Okay, Marissa says, looks like the go-around plane will try its second attempt on center. Yeah, because that is oriented quite differently versus the wind than Polderbaan. Magical Johannes ladders, as they are called in Dutch. Sun shining through the clouds. It looks magical, like the angels are descending from heaven. Beautiful. Now there are two 747s approaching the Netherlands from the left and from the right, the west and east. One will land on the one runway, the other probably on the other. Marissa says, Atlas Queen confirmed for 18 right. That is the yellow-tailed, white, no label version, if I recall correctly. The Polar or DHL or something, old livery. It's still in between liveries, so to speak. Cargolux Italia, I think, is going to go to center, but that's okay. We can see that quite well from over here. This is an Embraer 175 arriving from Southampton. This is KLM flight 918, 47 minutes of flight time under its belt, and it has been flying in total now for 5 years. First flight of this airplane was in February 2018. Wolfie says it almost looks like we are getting invaded by 747s. Now, that would be nice. Get out the popcorn for the 747 invasion. Definitely be a good reason to pop open a nice bottle of bubbles and celebrate. More queens, damn it! And a little butt shot to boot. Bit more to the left. Bit more. Bit more. There you go. Still get the impression it's still leaning in against the wind a little bit on taxi. Alright, well, let's see. A lot of traffic is going to center for the time being. We'll have to wait a little bit for the next airplane to the Polderbaan, which gives me a moment to re-enable digital zoom. Not sure if it is weather conducive to using it. Additional digital zoom on top of optical zoom. It does provide nice close-up shots of traffic going to center, such as this. This is a bit of additional digital zoom over the optical zoom, but that means that we have a very long focal length effectively, which is very susceptible to vibrations despite all the measures. So not sure that this is pleasant viewing. This is at the top of the optical zoom range. I think it's maybe better to keep it at that. It is still a bit windy over here, as you guys can see and hear. The storm Gerrit not passing over the Netherlands, but in its wake is definitely a field of strong winds that the Netherlands is now experiencing. World Aviation 4K, good morning! Coming to the Netherlands soon. Hopefully I might be able to catch his arrival. If that works out, we might be able to film each other filming each other. Captain Eddie Boss says goodbye. We'll see you next year. Well, if that is the last time you are able to join us, Happy New Year already to you then and yours, Captain Eddie Boss. Thanks for tuning in, and I look forward to seeing you again on the next one pretty soon. More movement on the cycling path. Tractor incoming. Is that a fertilizer tank? Might be. I think that was fertilizer, or at least a tank for fertilizer. Right. Waiting for the first traffic to back to Polderbaan. It is probably temporarily that traffic is now going to the center runway only. Embraer 195 arriving from Billund up next. KLM flight 1342. Arriving from Billund, flight time 52 minutes. This airplane is a year old, first flight March 2022. Where is that A330 arriving from Bonaire going to? Is that going to center, or is that also going to Polderbaan? Probably have the answer already, because there is a runway inspection taking place. This bird control vehicle is now on the runway itself. So unless they're done with that pretty soon, the A330 will also be going to center. Oh, one-eyed right. Awesome. So just a few more minutes then, and we'll begin the resumption of traffic with an A330 then. And Jig Cathay Spotter, good day to you, my friend. Hope all is well. Good to see you again. All other viewers who have joined in the meantime, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're standing next to the Polderbaan, runway 18 right. Currently one of two runways being used for arrivals. Polderbaan at the moment being inspected by bird control vehicle, which is why at the moment traffic is going to center. The first next airplane to land on Polderbaan is already north of us. KLM flight 767 A330 returning from Bonaire will be the first next airplane to land on this runway once again. Die Klaas asks if the airplanes have a lot of trouble with the wind. No, not really. We have had 2 go-arounds and that is it for the time being. Wind is coming mostly from the south, a little bit from the west. So despite the strength, it is mostly headwind today. Right, I also see the 7478 from Atlas on my little postage stamp of flight radar. The second queen, so that means that the third queen cannot be far away to the east. Yeah. Well, at least there is a few minutes of separation in between them, so we can see the landing of the first and then pan back to the landing of the second. Embraer 175, KLM flight 1442 is what we are looking at. Arriving from Aberdeen, where it left from 59 minutes ago, this airplane. The airplane is 5 years old, its first flight was in April 2018. See, the wind is blowing away from us, the smoke is blowing away from us, but also from right to left, so it is more from the south than from the southwest. This is more or less pointing to northeast, so wind blowing from the southwest would blow the smoke away directly from us. Since it is moving a little bit to the left, it means that the wind is more from the south. And the next airplane to arrive, I did see it just now. Yeah, there it is. Only just visible, but will become better visible quite soon. KLM flight 767, an A330-300, number 6 worldwide. On flight radar, most tracked by 400, number 4 worldwide, tracked by 440 people. The AMS Live viewers are also adding to the number of views on flight radar. Arriving from Bonaire, 8 hours and 49 minutes underway. The airplane is 11 years old. Its first flight was in March 2012. Hadi Jolien, goedemorgen. All other viewers, good morning as well. 2 queens, and they are going to fly more or less parallel. That is unfortunate. Would have preferred a bit more separation so that we could have seen first one and then the other. The queen to the Polderbaan is now number 3. The A330 that we are seeing right now and the queen is an E2 Embraer 195, and parallel to the queen is another queen that is turning onto the glide slope of the center runway. Also hearing the bird control van coming up from behind. Don't ruin the shot. There you go. Away. Be gone. Don't worry, Jin, I have my hand warmer and heated gloves on, so the hands stay warm. That's always the weak spot over here. The rest is perfectly fine, and it looks like a 747 that is approaching, or is that an A340? It's a bit hazy. That looks like a 747. I thought I saw a bit of dark around the tail, so I'm thinking it might be a Lufthansa that is passing now nearly over me. E2 Embraer up next. And then the Queen. And we have another Queen flying parallel to it. Not seeing the parallel Queen just yet. I am seeing the E2. Let's quickly look at the landing and then go back to the Queen. This is KLM flight 1278 arriving from Edinburgh. E2 Embraer 195, big ass engines, no winglets. Touching down after an hour of flight. The airplane 2 years old, first flight October 2021. Landing uneventful, no reversers. Time to go to the Queen then. Queen number 2, but parallel to it Queen number 3 as well. So let's see. Unfortunately they are too far separated to be able to do a combo shot. At least from this point of view. Maybe later I will see if I can do that. I would love to see, similar to the thumbnail I did for the other stream the other day, with a 747 in the background and a KLM in the foreground. Wouldn't it be nice that if we could make a similar snapshot as a thumbnail for the stream? Right, so this 747 that we are looking at, the number 2 worldwide most tracked, is Atlas Air flight 5219. It's a Boeing 7478 arriving from Miami, Florida. Has been flying for 7 hours and 45 minutes. It is a Boeing 7478, 11 years old, first flight September 2012. is landing over there. Cargolux, I should say Cargolux Italia. Such a pity that they are landing simultaneously. Hey there, John Norris, good evening. Perfect timing if you were just in time to see the 747, mate. So typical that they landed simultaneously on both parallel runways. Right, well, that was all the 747s that were expected before the A380 today. The A380 is a bit late today. Was expected to land around 2 p.m. If the weather will allow me to stick around until then, my plan is to do that. Now, despite all the precautionary measures, you can still see it is hard to prevent the footage from shaking violently. It seems that holding the handle is better than locking everything and letting go of the tripod. Why is it standing still there? Is it taking in the beautiful surroundings, quote unquote? And it is continuing once again. There's a little bit of separation between this airplane and the next airplane. The next airplane to land on Polderbaan is going to be Delta Airlines Flight 36 and Delta A330-300. Now, if there's one airplane type that has the potential to get loud, it is the A330-300, and if there is one airliner of which the pilots are often using the reversers, it is Delta. So definitely potential for a loud landing coming up next. Vaguely visible in the north, only just. I do see that I have it in the center of my field of view. And Dwayne, if you want to listen to ATC, liveatc.net, there you can listen to all the channels of Amsterdam ATC. I'm not including it in my streams so that people who don't want to listen to ATC are not stuck with it. But you can listen freely to ATC at liveatc.net. So if you miss ATC, do go to liveatc.net. And I think Tower West is the stream you want for this runway. RDW, goedemorgen. Now, that A330 is approaching. Let's have a look at the meter in the meantime. Right, so the A380 is now west of Bucharest in Romanian airspace, and the wind is still 25 knots, although we have a ceiling now of 2,100 feet. Not much has changed in terms of the wind speed and the direction. 25 knot wind, from the south-southwest. A few more clouds have formed in the meantime. What is the weather radar doing? This is the past hour. We are over here at the yellow square. Yeah, it seems like we are still going to be in the clear. Runway usage. Okay, so it's just 24 now for departures. Not much has changed in that respect. Alan has to go again. Thank you so much for joining, Alan, and catch you on the next one, Big Al. Enjoy the rest of your day. Runway 24 just for departures, and we have an updated, fully updated ticker. Good morning, Frank. Good to see you. Hope you tuned in a few minutes earlier already so that you could see the Queen land over here. This is Delta Airlines Flight 36. It is an A330-300 arriving from Orlando, Florida. That is exactly what I was hoping for, a little bit of reverser action there. John says, eardrums blown. That and your speakers probably. Hey there, Michal, tuning in from Lublin, Poland. Welcome to the show, mate. All other viewers who have joined in the meantime, good day to you. Hope everybody is doing well. Windy Amsterdam over here. Not so much the storm Gerrit itself, but definitely in its wake a lot of wind. Mostly from the south, a little bit more west of south. Let's turn back quickly. Our next airplane is this KLM 777-300ER arriving from Sao Paulo, KLM flight 792. Flight time 10 hours and 34 minutes, a 777-300ER, 7 years old, first flight February 2016. Even though, as you guys could see just now in the METAR and when I was looking at the METAR Tough website, wind is blowing mostly from the south, so mostly headwind. The crosswind component, because of the high wind speed, is still such that you see the airplanes crab quite significantly. Now, with the exception of 2 landings that have gone around, all landings have been smooth, relatively speaking, in one go. And it looks like another triple just took off. I think that is a triple, looking at the tail. Alright, the next airplane coming up is going to be a small one, Embraer 190. Over here, still some blue in the sky, although it is a bit milky. Here and there, some contrail remnants are to be seen, are visible. Now it's time to do a few more narrow body appetizers in between. KLM flight 988 is up next, an Embraer 190 returning from London City, flight time 39 minutes, that is nominal. 15-year-old airplane, first flight October 2008. Marisha says that what I saw in the distance taking off was China Eastern 777 to Shanghai. That might be a candidate for a right-hand turn and a passage left of me. I'm looking behind me to see if I can see it already, but I don't. We might get to hear it, or it might turn to the east. Left-hand turn after departure. Often the airplanes that are allowed to fly over Russian airspace that go to China do fly, when they depart from runway 24, make a right-hand turn, fly to the northeast, coming past us from the west, left of us. Once again, looking behind me, not seeing anything. So we'll have to make do with the Embraer 190. Again, KLM flight 988. Returning from London City, a 15-year-old airplane. By now, the triple. Yep. Right, again a few minutes of waiting, and then the next airplane is going to be a 777-200 arriving from Rio de Janeiro. So in the meantime, there are two airplanes going to center. Ryanair MAX 8 arriving from Malaga is what we are now looking at. Flight 2334. Boeing 737 MAX 8, flight time 2 hours and 32 minutes, a MAX 8 that is brand new and began flying in April of this year. Still very much under warranty. Behind it an E2 Embraer 195 from KLM arriving from Stockholm. Danny, who is tuning in from a, for the time being, sunny Bruges. Welcome terug, Danny. Do send some sunshine over from Bruges to us if you have some lying around there, will you? The moment. Oh, wait. Looks like we might actually get a second or so of sunshine over here, or maybe not. Oh, I'm a bit blinded by looking into the almost sun. Did look promising for a minute, like I thought between those two clouds the sun would peep out for a moment, but unfortunately, that wasn't meant to be. You can definitely see that the sun is trying to shine through the clouds. Big picture wise, this is what it looks like to the south. This is what it looks like to the west. You can see a bit more openness. The wind direction is from the south-southwest, so that is approximately like from there. So we're right on the edge of more cloudiness south of us and more openness north and west of us. This is what it looks like looking to the east. E2 approaching, but we're not going to follow it extensively because the 777 is also becoming visible to the north. Here we go. And we have an A330-200 behind it. Only barely visible in the top left of the screen. Both airplanes nicely crabbing to the left for us, right for them. This is KLM flight 706 that we are looking at in the foreground. Arriving from Rio de Janeiro, it is a Boeing 777-200ER. This particular airplane has been flying now for 10 hours and 29 minutes on this flight. And 19 years in total. First flight November 2004. Mrs. Professor is signing off. Thank you so much for joining us here. Sleep tight. And looking forward to seeing you on the next one, Mrs. Professor. KLM Asia, a subsidiary that was especially created so that these airplanes could also fly to Taiwan. And since it is a subsidiary officially, it isn't officially KLM, the normal KLM, which is royal, hence no crown. And bird control spotted one of the Ford Ranger Raptors, one of the 4 pickup trucks that bird control at Schiphol uses. Behind it, KLM flight 656, Airbus A330-200 arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota. This airplane has been flying for 7 hours and 41 minutes on this particular flight, and it has been flying now for 17 years. Began in April 2006 with its career as a professional airplane. Jarda says, please be butter. Now, if there's one airplane type capable of making buttery landings, it is the A330, so let's see. So far, looking good. Now, has that been buttery enough for you, Jarda? That's the question. Ooh, combo shots. Photo bomb. Mother effer. Step on the gas, will you? K3, what a dickhead. Blocking the shot extensively there. Right, 2 airplanes. And they're all in the center quadrant of the field of view. Embraer 175 arriving from Newcastle. Up first, Corendon A350-900, number 2. And hey there, Ivana, tuning in from Argentina. Welcome to the show, and all other viewers who have joined in the meantime, welcome to you too. If you are having fun and you haven't dropped a like yet, don't forget to like the stream. Also, if you want to make sure that you stay informed of upcoming live streams, be sure to subscribe and hit the bell icon. That is something you do for yourself, not for me. The content will be pushed to people who watch the stream regardless, but it does give you a notification if YouTube works normally beforehand, so that you can join from the beginning if you so like to do. Frank says the Schiphol menu: roasted coot with a sauce of herbs found around the field, potatoes from the field behind boy, and for dessert a crème brûlée dome with a kerosene burner. And fresh meat shot by the hunters that are also still around. And hey there, Grace Kelly, good to see you again. Hope you're doing well. I am, for one, doing perfectly fine here. Enjoying the nice landings here today. Luckily not that cold, 11 degrees Celsius, roughly 52 degrees Fahrenheit. Could be worse. The wind is of course chilling, but if you wear proper garments like I am, it shouldn't be an issue. Right, butt shot, and now we're going to see two heavies, beginning with the Corendon A350 and a Dreamliner 10 behind it. This is the World to Fly hybrid livery from Corendon with the World to Fly logos on the tail and on the engine casings. Corendon Flight 598. Returning from Curaçao, Willemstad. I think that's the only destination this airplane flies to and from. Curaçao, part of the ABC Islands, just off the coast of Venezuela. Aruba, Bonaire and Curaçao. Touching down after 8 hours and 37 minutes of flight. This airplane is brand new. The first flight was in May 2023. Goedemorgen. Jazeker, met jullie ook. Jawel, jullie zijn Euro Aviation. Tuurlijk. Zei je? Waard redelijk. Twee go-arounds. A350 van Delta en een 737 van KLM. Vrij vroeg met de abortion. Maar het meeste landt gewoon goed, want het is toch vooral headwind. Nee, het is vooral ook headwind. Dus het is niet heel veel... je ziet ze wel wat crabben, maar het is niet enorm heftig. Vanavond wordt het toch erger? Het wordt vanavond erger, toch? Precies. Dan is het wel alweer donker, dat is dan weer jammer.
Jij kan ook niet voor.
Nou, ik heb het nog niet echt geprobeerd. Het wordt hier natuurlijk behoorlijk donker. Dan wordt het denk ik erg grainy. Precies. Even kijken, wat is dit? KLM Flight 622. 787-710 Dreamliner arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. Touching down after 7 hours and 10 minutes of flight. The airplane brand new. First flight was in May 2023. And a nice butt shot to boot. It's all nice and shiny. You can clearly see the stripes and also the runway number on the bottom of the airplane there. Now next up we're going to see a couple of narrow bodies again, starting off with an E2 Embraer 195 KLM Flight 958 arriving from Newcastle. And In the top left, vaguely visible, the next airplane behind it, an Embraer 190, KLM flight 1166 arriving from Helsinki, Finland. Right, Embraer happy hour. All three types back to back now. Starting with an E2 Embraer, behind it is an Embraer 190, Embraer 175 after that, and another E2 behind it. Does seem that all traffic is now coming again to this runway. Yo, the Ultimate is also back in the chat. What is up, Alvin? Good to see you. Hope all is well. Now that seemed like an idle reverser landing. Is goed, jongens. Goeie stream, jongens. Guys from Euro Aviation will be setting up shop a bit further upstream. I'm doing perfectly well, Alvin. The hands are nice and toasty still, so that is definitely nice. Everything seems to be coming to this runway once again. The next two airplanes. Third one not yet visible. Next up is an Embraer 190, KLM flight 1166 arriving from Helsinki, Finland after 2 hours and 28 minutes of flight. This airplane, 11 years old, first flight January 2012. And Begum Sen says, bedankt voor de uitzending. Thank you for broadcasting. Yo, welcome, mate. Oh, damn it. Fuck. They just shot a bird, those hunters. I saw one falling to the ground and bouncing even. Motherfuckers. If you just tuned in, there are hunters over here. Something you luckily don't see very often. Seems that the dogs are now... I think I saw it fall, the bird over here. I even saw it bounce. Now, as a vegetarian, out of principle, I am not a very big fan of hunters. Maybe we get lucky and one of them shoots themselves or one of the others. That would be great fun, if you ask me. But let's not get too off topic. Prevent heated discussions. But there are hunters over here. Actual hunters with guns. So we have a lot of noise sources. We have airplanes. We have hunters with guns. We have bird controllers with sound effects and flares. And of course, in the Netherlands, as of today, firework for retail consumers is also allowed. So a lot of young guys, me included, 20 or so, 30 years ago, will purchase fireworks, but that's mostly in the evening because you also want to see the fireworks if you have something else than just explosives. But they also will be setting off some more explosions and fireworks sounds in the upcoming 3 days. The last 3 shopping days of the year is traditionally the moment where in the Netherlands you can buy fireworks, consumer firework. Still a very much heated debate whether or not to abolish it altogether and go for professional fireworks displays like in London and other big cities of the world. But for the time being it is still allowed. It was prohibited during the pandemic, but people did not give a shit and still set off fireworks that they had purchased either abroad, Belgium or Poland, or had stockpile. And if that's a question, directed to me. No, Evan, I haven't seen Meet the Fockers. I know of the movie, but I haven't seen it myself. En Fabian says, fuck off, met je vuurwerkverbod moet kunnen 1 keer per jaar. Well, people have different opinions about that. E2 Embraer 195 KLM flight 1792 touching down after 1 hour and 14 minutes of flight. Landing back in the Netherlands, coming from Munich. Brand new airplane, first flight June 2023, still very much under warranty. And Kein Banaan has just picked up his fireworks. Excellent. Patrick Star asks about the wind and if there are gusts. Well, there haven't been any gusts reported in a meter in the last couple of hours. There were gusts reported in the earlier meters in the beginning, well, when I was streaming, but not lately. Our next airplane is going to be KLM flight 1598, a 737-700 arriving from Rome. Has been flying now for 1 hour and 59 minutes, 15 years old. First flight, October 2008. Alvin, thank you so much. Alvin contributed to the swear jar, $5 for the swear jar. I think it'll be a big bill today. Fuck the hunters, he writes. Thank you so much for that, Alvin. Well, depending on how much attention we give them, but we're here for the airplanes first and foremost, so let's see. Got a couple of narrow bodies in the pipeline. This is a 737-700. There's a Transavia 737-800 following it. Embraer 190, and oh, there is the first heavy again. That's the number 4, a Dreamliner arrival from San Jose. The A380 is expected around 2 today, a bit later than normally is the case. What is the expected runway usage around that time in terms of arriving traffic? What does Bezoek Bus say for the upcoming hours? Of course, with parallel arrivals, there's always a chance that it will land on center. Unless, of course, this is only the only runway open for action. And the wind is blowing from the south-southwest, but looking at the airplane, you'd be inclined to think that there is more crosswind than the meter says there is. And I think I see the airplane that Marissa was referring to. Well, you can hear it and see it, but unfortunately it is coinciding with this 737 that seems to be struggling with the wind a bit more than previous airplanes we've seen. out of curiosity, let's have a quick look at the latest meter then. Let's do a refresh. 22 knots, the wind ever so slightly more westerly than it was before. 210 degrees, now 220 degrees, so it has moved a little bit more to the west compared with what it was earlier. Pasting it in the ticker as we speak so that you guys can read it back in your own tempo. There we go. Quickly back to the camera controls. It is an Embraer 190 arriving from Düsseldorf, short flight, KLM flight 1856. I spy with my little eye a big bird arriving from San Jose. KLM flight 760, this is 7879 Dreamliner. Has been flying for 9 hours and 39 minutes to get to where it is right now from San Jose. 7 years old in total, first flight August 2016. There's an A320 from EasyJet arriving from London Luton, following it 737-800 from KLM arriving from London Heathrow. Let's see. Also looks like some folk have arrived on the other side. Is that a driving instructor or is that a taxi? The Beamer. Some other folk. Don't look like hunters. More people have gathered on that side of the runway as well. Hope the police won't catch them over there, because officially you're not allowed to park your car over there. You can get hefty fines, particularly if you're standing like that Beamer was in front of the gate. And indeed, Patrick says it is a driving instructor car. I thought I saw so. Saudia 787 confirmed for 18 right. Just entered Dutch airspace, Marissa says. Well, it does look like... I mean, this is still the only runway in use now, isn't it? Grace Kelly signing off says, have a nice day, boy. Thank you so much for joining again, Grace. You have a nice day as well. Hope to see you again sometime soon. Would you believe it? It looks like the sun is momentarily coming out from behind the clouds, if only for a brief moment. just... I jinxed it, I think. Turned the camera towards the light too soon. Got the impression that it is picking up a little bit, the wind over here right now. Hey there, Michael. Good to see you again, my friend. I did have a good Christmas and I hope you did as well with your family. Did see you mention being busy preparing turkey several times in the chat, so I hope you guys had a great turkey. Arriving from London Heathrow, KLM flight 1008. The turkey was loved by all, so all that time you stuck in preparing it paid off then. Now, interestingly enough, the hunt here has also been going on, or are they? Oh, I think they might. Are they backing in? The hunters that we saw hunting for birds, it does look like they have returned to their vehicles and are packing up again. Something you don't see every day over here. Hunters with actual guns, which are tightly controlled in the Netherlands. Unfortunately, I did see how one bird was shot and fell to the ground and bounced off the ground. Now, they did make some casualties, but it looks like they have done all the hunting for today, over here at least. Bit of blue sky over here, allowing for departures from runway 24 that fly to the north or northeast to be seen and heard. More E2s. Instantaneously recognizable by the big engine diameter. No winglets and a relatively slim fuselage body. E2 butt shot incoming. Have a look at the engines and you can see through them quite well. Well, are you really able to? Not sure if the lighting is optimized for it. When the sun is more in line with the engines, you can see through them quite well. Geared turbofan, really high bypass engines with very tight and small cores. Same for the A321 Neos and A320 Neos. That bypass ratio, indeed, Alvin. Now, let's see. Embraer, Airbus, Embraer. Bunch of narrow bodies that we have to sort through right now. It is an Embraer 175 that is arriving first. KLM flight 1060 arriving from Cardiff, where it left from 56 minutes ago. The airplane 5 years old. Its first flight in January 2018. donut shot coming in. Right, well, I'm curious to see what the next meters are going to say, because I do get the impression that things are heating up in terms of the wind speed. There it is. Embraer 190 KLM SkyTeam livery, flight 1986, arrival from Basel. This airplane has been flying on this flight for 1 hour and 8 minutes. The airplane began flying in April 2012, making it 11 years old. And despite the wind so far, since we've been live here, only 2 go-arounds, aborted landings, quite early abortions as well. I think they weren't stable enough, composition, altitude, and went for a go-around. SkyTeam booty shot, here we go. Squeaky brakes, also a first. Those Embraer brakes are normally flawless. And indeed, Frank, a new movie following Ice Age, now Wind Age is being made. They should take the crown from Chicago and call Amsterdam the Windy City instead. Now, bits of blue, bits of contrail remnants. We're right on the edge of more open weather north of us and a bit more cloudy weather south of us, it seems like. This is Vueling flight 8309, A320 arrival from Barcelona, touching down after 1 hour and 15 minutes of flight. The airplane 14 years old, first flight November 2009. Right, more Embraers for the fans. Embraer 175 up next. Arrival from Teesside or Darlington, KLM flight 1534. Now, this airplane has been flying for 46 minutes to get to where it is right here from Teesside or Darlington. The airplane itself, 7 years old, began flying in May 2016. Turkish A321 behind it, and an EasyJet A319 arriving from Belfast as number 3. Embraer 175, for those of you who are new to Embraers, it is quite easy to discern from the Embraer 190. The 90 has winglets that are more upright and relatively small. The Embraer 175 is now demonstrating that the winglets are more outward facing and relatively taller. If your Embraer does not have any winglets and has big engines, it is an E2 Embraer 195. And Anadolu Jet up next, operated by Lingus with a Turkish flight number, arriving from Istanbul, almost touching down already. TK7768 is the flight number. Flight time 3 hours and 18 minutes, which is normal, well, a bit longer than normal. Istanbul, roughly 3 hours of flight. Landing not super smoothly, but definitely effortlessly in one go. Shot incoming. Now this airplane is 19 years old already. Began flying in April 2004. Definitely a bit more windy over here. Let's see, it's 12:33. Around 12:25 there was another meter published probably, so let's see after this next airplane if we can see the updated meter. Curious if there is a significant change. It does feel like the wind is picking up a little bit. Has been picking up. Now this is EasyJet flight 23051 A319, arriving from Belfast, Ireland. Northern Ireland. Where's it? Ireland. Huh. Anyway, it's coming in from Belfast. Flight time 1 hour and 5 minutes. The airplane 14 years old. First flight November 2009. Let's take a quick sip of water. Also seeing that there is a quad jet that apparently it looks like it is coming from either Munich or Frankfurt. Will be passing right in front of me pretty soon. Oh, and now it is behind clouds. Is this contrail over here? Is that, oh yeah, more or less see it being formed. Right, let's take this moment to have a quick look at right, there is traffic coming, but it is still a bit further out. Gives us some time to have another look at the meter. Let's see, new meter probably, yeah, from 12:25, so that is from 10 minutes ago, 11 minutes ago. 24 knot wind, so the wind is increasing again, varying between 190 degrees and 250 degrees, from 220 degrees as average heading. Wind direction, I should say, 10 kilometers of visibility, a ceiling of 2,500 feet. Few clouds and broken clouds around 2,000 to 2,500 feet. No significant changes in the upcoming 2 hours. And the Emirates A380 is approaching Vienna, still ETA 2 p.m. 1 hour and 25 minutes from now. Runway usage, once again, center out of commission, all traffic inbound to this runway, and 18 left now as a secondary runway for departures in use. Let me also update the meter in ticker. there we go. Updated ticker. Both with respect to the wind and weather and runway usage. Speaking of runway, speaking of wind, you can clearly see that the smoke is blowing nearly horizontally away from the chimney. Now, funnily enough, no birds in the water still. They haven't come out to play yet. Haven't seen them at all. And only one flyby from Russell. There were a few birds visible in the water past the bridge further south earlier. Not seeing them anymore. And Sudhir Singh is tuning in all the way from India. Welcome to the show. Calais of Melbourne, welcome to the show as well. Let me turn back with the mic out of the wind, because that is probably a bit better to hear and less wind disturbance. The next airplane is approaching, should become visible, or maybe, yeah, it is already visible, only slightly. Transavia arriving from Barcelona, flight 5132 737-800, and behind it from the right, if visibility is uninterrupted, we should be able to see the Saudia Dreamliner. Now, the Transavia coming up next is an all-white rental from ETF, so it's a ghost plane or wedding dress livery, depending on the nickname you prefer to use. Marissa says, damn, Qatar 777 assigned to 18C. So that means that center is going to open up again. That is unfortunate. What's the expected runway usage around 2 PM when the A380 arrives? If you look at bezoekbus.nl, you can find the expected runway usage for the upcoming hours. Just curious. Dreamliner from Saudia, visible in the center of the field of view, albeit vaguely. Preceded by the ETF rental for Transavia arriving from Barcelona, flight 5132 737-800, flight time 1 hour 15 minutes. An airplane that is 17 years old and began flying in December 2006. Celebrating its 17th birthday this month. Die Remco, goedemiddag. Ja hoor, goede kerst gehad. Dankjewel. Did have a good Christmas. Hope you too. Hope you did as well. Alrighty. Beautiful livery. A lot of detail you can see in it. The 9A KOR. Holy moly, 7 hours in the kitchen, that's a lot, Remco. Alright, next up, Saudia. And here you can clearly see just how it is a bit brighter over here, but when you look more to the south, definitely some clouds passing by. Hope we can stay dry over here until the A380 lands, which is expected in an hour and 15 minutes or so from now. Just under an hour and 20 minutes from now. Alright, next stop Saudia, flight 215, arriving from Jeddah. This is a 7879 Dreamliner, 5 hours and 40 minutes on the clock for this flight time. The airplane, 7 years old in total, began flying in January 2016, so it will be turning 8 next month, next week, somewhere in the next month. Overhead departing to the north from runway 24. Not seeing anything at the moment, just hearing it, which you probably hear as well. Quiet as a mouse. Ooh. Is that allowed? To get a butt shot from Saudia? Seeing it is believing it. It is actually a butt shot from Saudia. And indeed, Emmet Moon, a butter landing if there ever was one. Traffic is picking up again. 3 airplanes on the glide slope already, a 4th one approaching. Everything so far seems to be going to this runway, although Marissa just now mentioned that there was an airplane, a 777 from Qatar, I believe. She mentioned going to center, so if that's true, expect the reopening of center sometime soon. Wide awake, he caught me. You heard me say it. Right, Turkish Airlines up next. Flight 1961, arriving from Istanbul, A321. There we go, now I have the right label open. Flight time nominal 3 hours and 9 minutes. That is par for the course for Istanbul, Amsterdam, roughly 3 hours or so. Earlier flights took a bit longer, 3.5 or so hours. Nice and smooth touchdown. Boom, nose straight and down with the gear. Textbook landing, if you ask me. But don't ask me, because I am not a professional assessor of landings. Just a guy mumbling a bit away. Turkish passing by the first exit, will vacate later. This A321 is 10 years old, February 2013 is when it had its first flight. It's trying to play catch up with Saudia. Saudia has a big lead. Up next, EasyJet flight 23853. I have to zoom in a little bit, keep pressing on the label of the Saudia with my thick hands. Let's see, EasyJet flight 23853, A320, arriving from Milan. Flight time 1 hour 29 minutes. 11-year-old airplane, first flight September 2012, Austrian registered. in the meantime, on the run, the taxi path from this part of the area to the main platform area. Amatry Moon says wobbly there. It is definitely wobbly. If you look, the grass is wobbly, the table with the laptop is also constantly wobbly. The water is quite ripply as well. Alrighty, and the first airplane to center also becoming visible in the distance. However, this is a KLM 737-800 that we are going to see land first. Arriving from Manchester, KLM flight 1074, flight time 43 minutes. The airplane 4 years old, first flight March 2019. Also taking the first exit. And the first airplane to center, which has now reopened, is flying over there. Another KLM Embraer, like so many we have seen, but it is the next airplane over there that we are going to watch. Special livery, Aer Lingus, Irish rugby team livery. Now, unfortunately, the Irish did not do that well on the championship recently in France, but that doesn't mean that this is a nice airplane to look at. It doesn't visit Amsterdam that frequently. It's been a while since we last saw it. Also, a big thank you to Robert for your super sticker. Bear character holding his belly, laughing out loud. Thank you so much for that, Robert. Laughing, a day without laughing is a day that you haven't lived, is a saying in Dutch, which I have tried to translate literally, but it sounds better in Dutch than it does in English. But it's always good to have a good laugh. Happy that I was able to do that for you, Robert. Thank you so much. And here it is, the special livery Irish rugby team Shamrock flight 604, returning from Dublin. After an hour and 2 minutes of flight. I think I recognize the left character. Isn't that Mr. Saxton? I've been watching a lot of rugby during the World Championship, so I think I for the first time recognize one of the guys. Howdy Niels, goedemiddag, good afternoon to you too, and all other viewers who have joined in the meantime. Welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. Stormy day over here in Amsterdam. It's not an actual storm. The storm passes north of us, but in its wake, Storm Gerrit is definitely causing a bit of wind here today. And the White Rooster says Sexton, Henshaw and Murray. Well, I did not recognize the other two, but I did recall having seen... His first name is Johnny, isn't it? Quite the player. This is Transavia, flight 5624, 737-800, returning from Palma de Mallorca, touching down after 2 hours and 7 minutes of flight. This is an 8-year-old airplane that began flying in March 2015. Already severely slowed down. Looks like a butt shot in the making. And indeed, Danny Storm Gerrit, named after Gerrit Hiemstra. Try pronouncing that if you're not Dutch. Meteorologist working for the Dutch BBC. Ah, it's Gerrit for the Brits, says Frank. Gerrit Hiemstra. Right. Patrick asks if I know when the A321 from Transavia is going to make the first official flight. Unfortunately, I don't. But it is a very interesting question, which I'm also curious about. So if anybody does know, do let us know in the chat. EasyJet flight 27954, arrival from Nice, which is nice. A319, flight time 1 hour 39 minutes. Banking a bit. Tippy-toey, but boom, nice. 16-year-old airplane, first flight February 2007. Gareth Straw. Neil says. Gremlin says the 5th of January is when the A321 Neo is probably making its first official flight then. Pascal asks if go-arounds have taken place. There have been 2 so far. We've seen Delta Flight 74, one of the A350s, go around, and also a 737 from KLM. Godzilla asks if I could please show the windsock. Most certainly. Right, now, parallel arrivals at the moment in progress. Are they going to fine or not? Where is that? Oh no, I thought it was a police vehicle. What is it? It does look like a company vehicle of some sorts. Vueling old livery. Got a little distracted there. Was curious to see what that vehicle was. Did look like a Seat or something. Alvin also says Cupra or something. Cupra Etica. Bomb, okay. I already thought it was a company car, so building contractor company in the Netherlands. Hey there, Dave Smith. Good to see you again. Late as always. Better late than never, right? Hope all is well, Dave. You haven't missed much to go around, but they were very early abortions. No last minute calls or something. Other than that, kudos to the pilots flying into Amsterdam today. Most of the landings were picture perfect. Transavia flight 6144 now touching down, arriving from Alicante. Effortless landing 737-800. Ooh, feeling a few droplets. Interesting. Very minute, also some on the screen of the phone, and right, let's see. Quick look then at the weather radar. So this is the past hour. I'm doing a refresh. We are at the yellow square over here, and okay, so a little bit of drizzle that seems to be right, nothing serious. That's the most important thing. Back to the show then. Got our next airplane over here, and that is Top Air Portugal, arriving from Lisbon. And I'm seeing a 777-300 from Qatar going to center, so that is a nice airplane to follow after this airplane has landed. The Top Air Portugal flight is 670 A320. 2 hours and 27 minutes flight time under its belt. Has been flying now for 14 years, this airplane, since April 2009. Oh, this is going to be another soft buttery. Nice. We saw a couple of these landings where they were hovering. Just a few feet above the ground. So slowly touching down. Hey, that is good news, Marissa. A heavy finally coming this way. Enough with the appetizers, the narrow body appetizers. 777 arrival from Guayaquil, now third for arrival. And in the meantime, let's have a look at another heavy that is going to center. Qatar flight 273 coming to Amsterdam from Doha. This airplane is underway now for 6 hours and 23 minutes on this particular flight, and has been flying since July 2014, making it 9 years old. It is a 777-300ER. Now, what was going on with those Qatar triples a week or so ago, maybe 2 weeks ago? There were a couple that we did not see on flight radar, and all of a sudden they landed right in front of us. Something weird going on. Then again, I was also unable to see the flight time if I was not quick enough with pressing on the label on flight radar. Now I can press it even when they have touched down, and I can still see the flight time. Talk about randomness. You can see how the wing is curved upward. Now not as much as with the Dreamliner wings, but you can still see it. Always nice. Right. Let's quickly turn back for the next airplane to this runway. It is an A321neo arriving from Boston, Massachusetts from an airline called JetBlue. Flight 631. Flight time 5 hours 59 minutes. Brand new airplane, began flying in September this year. Start whispering. I'm not sure if you'll hear that over the sound of the wind. Look at that 777-200 that is approaching. It is KLM flight 755 arriving from Guayaquil, Ecuador. This airplane is now underway for 10 hours and 42 minutes. This 777 is already 20 years old, ladies and gentlemen. Celebrated its 20th birthday this month. It began flying in December 2003. Patrick is wondering, is the wind really that strong? Absolutely. This is when I turn my camera into the wind. And just for your amusement, let me take off the wind muff. This is what it sounds like without. That is just, it is just so windy. You would really need a blimp to fully mitigate the wind rumble. Also locking the pan and tilt axis helps a little bit to reduce the vibrations. And indeed, Alvin, those dead cats definitely help, although they are not completely effective at reducing the wind noise. It is definitely orders of magnitude better with than without. Interesting to see how it is almost completely stopped, how it has almost completely stopped already, passing by at a very low speed. Still continuing on the runway though, which is interesting because the next airplane is also approaching. Runway has to be cleared, otherwise they have to go around. Right, next up this airplane is KLM flight 1928 Returning to Amsterdam from Geneva, 737-800. An hour and 12 minutes underway to get to where it is from Geneva. 15-year-old airplane, first flight April 2008, and it looks like the next airplane is a Vueling A320 Neo arrival from Alicante. Droplets that I feel now that I'm facing into the wind. Hopefully it won't get worse. The plan was to stick around until the A380 has landed, but I am feeling a few more droplets right now. Let me have another look at the radar then. Yeah, on paper it shouldn't be anything substantial. And Pep to Games was next to me like 2 hours ago. Says, nice setup you have there, thank you so much. And Daniel, good afternoon, doing well, thank you for asking. Hope I'm not that late as well. Well, the plan is to stick around until the A380 has landed. It was having an ETA of 2 p.m, so 50 minutes from now. Last time I looked on flight radar, it was flying over Austrian airspace in the vicinity of Vienna. Let's have another quick look then, shall we? So, here we go. A380 now in German airspace, ETA 202. Now, curious to see runway usage expected from 120 until 220 landings on Polderbaan. So if that is going to come true, that means that we are going to see the A380 land on this runway, because it will be the only runway open for arrivals. Fingers crossed we will get to see that. This is the Vueling We Love Places special livery. Flight 1377 arriving from Alicante, A320 Neo. Colorful, looks like child drawings over the entire livery. Droplets on the screen of my camera that are a little bit annoying, so let me quickly wipe that off. We should be good again. Despite having the sun hood over my camera screen to minimize reflections and stuff. Those teeny tiny droplets are so light they can fly almost horizontally, being airborne, still get under your or still get on your camera screen. Our next airplane visible in the distance is KLM flight 1200. It is an Embraer 190 returning home from Stavanger. Flight time 1 hour and 15 minutes. The airplane 14 years old. Its first flight January 2009. Marissa says I have to go. That is unfortunate, but it was nice to have you in the chat for a longer time, for the first time in a while. If I don't get to speak to you again before the end of the year, Happy New Year, Marissa, and thank you for joining us today, and hope to see you again soon. Shot coming in. We already heard the brakes. Now, I saw that the ultimate Alvin just now gifted 5 memberships, and I see now that that was because we have reached 1,000 likes on this show. Thank you all so much for the support, guys, and if you are liking what you're seeing but you haven't done so already, don't forget to add to the pool of likes already. 1,000 likes. Thank you all so much. Glad you guys are liking what you're seeing. Alvin, thank you so much for gifting 5 memberships. Totally unnecessary, you know that. As a moderator, you are doing more than enough as it is already to support the channel. But thank you nonetheless, Alvin. And if you are one of the recipients of the 5 memberships that Alvin just now gifted, don't forget to say thank you to the ultimate. Alrighty. A319 from British Airways up next, flight 434, arriving from London Heathrow, one of the many flights between Heathrow and Amsterdam. This A319 has been flying for 40 minutes to get here. That is par for the course. 40 minutes typically between Amsterdam and London. This airplane, 18 years old already, began flying in May 2005. Daniel also has to go. Thank you so much for joining, Daniel. It was a pleasure to have you on the stream again. Looking forward to seeing you on the next one. The GDBCF. Right. The bloodshot to boot. I haven't seen any substantial wheelies today. Not unsurprising, of course, with the wind. Would be nice if we were to see Captain Willie again sometime soon, but probably not going to see that happen today. Well, and the next airplane to center already a bit further ahead. Air France. Another one of the flights between Paris, Charles de Gaulle and Amsterdam. Up next, KLM Flight 1444 arriving from Aberdeen to the Polderwan, Boeing 737-700. Here it is. Flight time 1 hour 2 minutes. A 13-year-old airplane that began flying in January 2010, which means next month it will turn 14. Nicely rocking left and right, gently, not too violently. Hey there, Andrew. And thank you for the kind words, Marcel, who is enjoying the channel in Canada. People all across the world gathering during live streams. It's always astounding if you think about it. And Andrew, it shouldn't come as a surprise that the weather over here is similar to what it is in the UK, should it? Think together, Great Britain and the Netherlands draw in most of the rain of the planet. Almost, it sometimes feels like. And if it isn't rain, then it is wind that we are getting. Particularly this fall has been a wet one. Sure if it is more windy than on average. Now, felt a few droplets just now. Now looking in the direction of the wind, it does look better again, more clear, more open. So it does look like we're going to be able to stick out until the A380 is landing, which is still expected around 2 o'clock, and according to the Bezoekbus website, which indicates runway usage in the upcoming hours, which isn't always accurate but often is. There's a big chance that it will land on this runway, because it did say that as of now approximately center should close, and for the next hour Polderban, the runway we are standing next to, should be the only runway in use for arrivals. If that's the case, count on seeing the A380 up close and personal today. That is going to be the last airplane for the day. Still parallel arrivals take place, as you guys can see, with the Transavia in the background and a 737 from KLM behind it. Hey Ina, guten Tag. Schön, dass du auch wieder dabei bist. Herzlich willkommen. Indeed, still windy over here. It just won't end. Hey. Alright. Traffic now all going to center. That is often what happens when there is a runway inspection scheduled, which could be indicative of the closure of the center runway. It sounds a bit paradoxical, but I'm checking to see if we can spot a bird control vehicle doing a inspection of sorts. I'm not seeing anything, unfortunately. But usually that precedes the closure of the other runway. Make sure that the runway that stays open is not containing any debris or anything, foreign objects. think that might be what is happening right now. So, KLM flight 1824, I think, or is this? No, that was KLM flight 1700. KLM flight 1824 is up next. That is a 737-800, the only one in the fleet with the previous standard livery. The straight stripe dividing the top blue and the bottom white half. The latest iteration has a curve in the front of the nose, or around it I should say. It starts at the nose with a curve. That's, I think, the best way to describe it. This is a straight line from the nose to the tail, dividing blue and white. This airplane is returning from Berlin, which is a 1 hour and 6 minutes flight so far. 15-year-old airplane, began flying in January 2008. So this airplane too is as old as Chucky and as the PHPVA Orange Pride. Right. Also hearing ambulance. If you're ever in need of medical help, call 0118-999. Then a lot more digits, just 20. There was a Turkish A330 that I was pointing the camera to, and let's resume following it. Turkish Airlines flight 1957, returning to Amsterdam from Istanbul. A330-300, 3 hours and 8 minutes of flying for this airplane on this route today. The airplane is 7 years old, first flight, March 2016. Hey there, Lingus, who is tuning in from Sweden. And also hello to Tony. All right. And the runway inspection is indeed very much in progress. You can see the bird control van, not the pickup truck, but it is on the runway. So this is definitely the little inspection preceding the closure of the center runway, I think, which is then perfectly in time for the A380, which is expected in half an hour or so from now. Of course, if you look at Omgevingsinfo Schiphol, you can see the runway it is going to be assigned to. A380 will probably be nearing the Dutch-German border. Embraer 195, KLM flight 1456, arriving from Nantes. Flight time 1 hour and 8 minutes. a one-year-old airplane. Began flying in March 2022. Sally also here. So Sally and Russell both have been spotted here. It's safe now again for them, what with the hunters being gone. Back-to-back E2 Embraers. Ah, and there is Russell. Good to see you again, mate. Stay clear of those green jackets with guns. Now, where was it? Oh, there it is. More E2 Embraer 195s, damn it. This is the one with the 1700 E-Jet sticker on it, but unfortunately that sticker was placed unilaterally only and on the left side, so we're not going to see it from over here, even if I enabled power zoom. It is KLM flight 1128, returning from Copenhagen. Normally an hour or so of flight time. Now it has been an hour and 14 minutes. A little bit of headwind on the way apparently. I'm flying in September 2022 for the first time, making it a year old now and 3 months. September, October, November, 4 months. Right, and now traffic to Bolderbaan is coming. I think that is now going to be the only runway if the bezoekbus predictions are coming true. Means that now center will have closed and all inbound traffic will be coming to this runway. Starting off with an Embraer 190 from Speedbird returning from London City, BA City Flyer, and another Embraer 190 behind it from KLM. Where is the A380 at the moment? Nearing the border. Still expected around 202, so see it soon enough. Once it has crossed over into Dutch airspace, you will be able to see what runway it will be assigned to on omgevingsinfo Schiphol. But it is very likely that it's going to land on this very runway. Anyway, this is Speedbird flight 8451, Embraer 190, returning from London City to Amsterdam. We'll be touching down after 37 minutes of flight. There we go. 13 years old, first flight January 2010. Over there in the distance. We're so used to seeing pickup trucks, it's always a bit odd to see just a van instead of a pickup truck. The next Embraer 190 is also making its way over here. Let's have another look at the weather. Do an update. Okay, 19 knot wind, but gusts up to 32 knots. Once again, between south and southwest. So the wind speed is now including gusts and in terms of runway usage. Okay, one runway for both inbound and outbound. This is KLM flight 1556, Embraer 190, returning home from Turin, Torino. Touching down after an hour and 26 minutes of flight. 9-year-old airplane, first flight January 2014. Alrighty, next up is going to be Vueling flight 8365, Airbus A320, returning from Malaga. 2 hours and 27 minutes of flight under its belt. 9-year-old airplane, first flight December 2014. International says best wishes from Lithuania. Best wishes to you too, VRT. Thanks for joining the show. Hope everybody is having a good time still. We're sticking around until the A380 has landed, which is expected to arrive in about 25 or so minutes. Last time we checked on flight radar, ETA was 2:02 p.m. Right now, this is the only runway being used for arrivals. And this is a 737-900 returning from Zurich. Quick update of the ticker, showing the current METAR and the current runway usage according to LVNL. This is KLM flight 1958, a Boeing 737-900. Arriving from Zurich, touching down after an hour and 8 minutes of flight. The airplane, 22 years old, first flight October 2001. Up next. Still visibility to the north, not to such a degree that we can have very extensive glide slope shots, unfortunately. Or am I missing? No. Yeah, only vaguely, very vaguely in the top left corner. Really vaguely visible. definitely get the impression that the wind is picking up right now at the moment. This is KLM flight 1109, 8 I should say, E2 Embraer 195, returning from Stockholm. Flight time 1 hour 55 minutes. A 1-year-old airplane, first flight February 2022. Another E2 Embraer up next. KLM flight 1994, returning from Krakow in Poland. The airplane on the way now for 1 hour and 49 minutes. 2 years old, first flight January 2021. Air France flight 1740, A320 behind it. Oh man, it's only narrow bodies for the time being. Yeah, well, I said I would stick around until the A380. But we are probably not going to see that many heavies before it's landing. Right, this is the E2 Embraer arriving from Krakow in Poland. We'll get an Air France A320 next, flight 1740, one of the many flights between Paris, Charles de Gaulle and Amsterdam. All quiet. Ali Rick, goedemiddag. So even though Storm Gerrit is not passing over the Netherlands, it is definitely still giving us a lot of wind in its wake. Even though the storm depression itself is north of the Netherlands. Our next airplane, the Air France A320, arriving from Paris Charles de Gaulle, is approaching. I'm assuming Adriaan is referring to the position of the A380 that is now over Enschede in Dutch airspace already. I'm also assuming that omgevingsinfo Schiphol will indicate that it is going to land on this runway then. Hey Daniel! Je bent er weer, goed man.
Dus een eierkoek?
Een eierkoek? Nou, dat klinkt wel heel lekker, maar ik ga dat toch maar even niet doen. Nee, ik ben nog aan het streamen, hè. Dan praat je met een mond vol. Maar eet smakelijk, man. Goed je weer te zien. Net op tijd. Oh, wanneer komt die dan? Ben ik wel benieuwd. And Gendro success. A380 confirmed for Polderbaan, so that is good news. In the meantime.
Nou, hij staat niet meer op flightradar.
Oh?
Dat is apart.
In the meantime, Daniel is over here once again, joining us for the A380 that has been confirmed to this runway. That's good news.
That's
You said that there was also a 747 coming after that, but it's no longer on flight radar.
Atlas Air.
Atlas Air.
But it's not able to. I haven't been able to find it.
I'm also zooming out a little bit to see what is coming,
Next plane,
but I'm not seeing it.
I do see it.
Right, well, let's then stick to what we can see.
That's Lufthansa. No, it's Transavia.
This is Transavia, indeed. Right, I was a little zoomed out on flight radar, seeing where the next 747 might be. Daniel was indicating that he was going to stick around until then, so I was curious to see where it was flying. I'm not seeing it. However, I am going to stick around for the live stream duration for until the A380 has landed. I am going to call it a day after that.
The A380 is by Almelo.
By Almelo, perfect.
Why did it do that? Next up, an A320 from Lufthansa.
Yeah, indeed. A320 Lufthansa flight 992.
And most likely after that, Airbus A321 is coming. Egypt Air.
I think you are right. Yeah, Egypt Air coming from the east. We might even get to see it a little bit ahead if visibility to the north is well enough. For the time being, you can definitely see that the Lufthansa A320 is doing a little bit of crabbing and correcting. Lufthansa flight 992 returning from Frankfurt, 45 minutes of flight. The airplane 30 years old already. First flight January 1993. Is that then one of the first Airbus A320s, I'm wondering? When did that type begin flying? Oh, that was tippy-toey. Little hard on the right main gear there. Airplane is turning onto the glide slope north of us. Can we see something of it already? Jij zag hem?
Ja.
Ik zie alleen maar melkachtige bewolking.
Nou ja, ik ook, maar af en toe komt hij door de wolk heen.
Ja, maar jij zag de vorige keer ook al dingen veel eerder dan ik. Jij hebt goede ogen.
Ja.
Daar kan je vast piloot mee worden. Nou, dat zou mooi zijn als dat zou lukken. We're waiting for the A321 here to become visible, but I'm not seeing it. Now, Ton, I have no idea yet about weather for the upcoming days. Normally speaking, I would go out tomorrow and on Saturday and on Sunday, but I don't know what the weather is going to be like. If the weather will allow me to go out, maybe I will go out. All weather dependent.
I see it already.
I also see it now, a little light. The question is, can I also see it on the camera already? Yeah, got it. Yeah, I think I saw that in the chat. The one with the special livery, they waved to you.
Yes.
Nice,
That one.
nice.
It's so nice to see.
It is.
The ambulance you filmed, it was driving there.
Yeah.
You almost filmed us.
Oh, you were approaching and you were almost there already.
You were coming from the other side.
Oh, you were driving on that road.
Yes.
You guys saw the ambulance pass by when you were
Yes.
driving on that road. Oh wow. That would have been nice. Right, next up, Egypt Air A321 Neo flight 757 arriving from Cairo. Flight time 4 hours 23 minutes. I think that is quite nominal for the distance. First flight July 2023, so this airplane less than a year old now. Let's see, 737-800 arriving from Porto in Portugal. Up next, Speedbird arriving from London Gatwick, Embraer 190. Oh, a lot of narrow bodies. A380 above Zwolle.
So almost there.
Almost there. A lot of airplanes still before it still, if you look on flight radar. They're also coming from the west. And this is now the only runway where all the landing traffic has to go to.
Oh, I saw them when they came to center.
They did come to center earlier, and now everything is coming to this runway, at least for an hour.
Let's see if it covers.
Let's see if it butters, absolutely. Butter or bounce? That's the question. Well, this is more butter than bounce. Nice one. Will we get the reversers as well? Doesn't sound like it. No. Just the butter, but not the rumble. First exit, a little butt shot. Our favorite point of view. Alrighty.
Did you see where the Suriname Airlines A340 is?
I think it came to Amsterdam this morning, and it might have departed already.
It's around there.
But
It's
I
for
think
maintenance.
oh, did it go for maintenance?
I think so.
I did see it on flight radar this morning. It was very early, the SLM A340, but I'm not sure. Normally speaking, it would have flown back to Suriname already.
Yeah, those fine.
But you say it was going to maintenance to the hangars.
I think,
Okay.
but it was standing right by the highway.
Oh, okay. But wasn't it taking off then to the south from 18 left?
I didn't see it.
Okay. Well, if you look on flight radar, you can see it. You can look it up. This morning I did see it on flight radar coming to Amsterdam. So normally speaking, around 3 hours after it has landed, it will fly back. But it could of course also be under maintenance, that it is now.
Let's see where it is.
So many pedestrians over here on the cycling path that the police vehicle has to go to the side a little bit. Oh, no, not for the pedestrians, it is for the tractor that is coming. A big blue tractor, racing blue. Oh, it has something in the front that it can swoop the VW over with. if it doesn't go to the side, so that is very prudent of the police officers. Get together of vehicles over here. And there is the British Airways, indeed. Here we go. Arriving from London Gatwick. Little tippy-toey, but there you go, on the ground, flight 2542. Hey! Reversers. Very nice. Ah, and one of the viewers, Misha, is saying that SLM will be a night stop and departing tomorrow to Paramaribo. So it is logeren, logeren op Schiphol voor een nachtje. Slumber party. Alright, now. Yeah. Normally they would brake early, but that's also why they used the reversers. They came in with relatively high speed, I think. Alright, next up is KLM flight 1794 and Embraer 190 arriving from Munich. Flight time 1 hour 11 minutes. 14-year-old airplane, first flight October 2009. And we have A320 behind it from Swiss. It says BCS3 in flight radar. Hey, go around number 3.
Oh, go around.
Yeah, go around. Third go around for today.
Highlights of today.
I'm looking, but I'm not seeing that the British Airways was still on the runway. That's always what they do when they reverse. Full thrust. Oh, but it is climbing steeply because it's very light. And turning to the west for the circuit to go around. Hey. Right. Well, that was the third go around for today.
So that's pretty much.
More than during Storm Pia when we were standing at the McDonald's. That was I remember, yeah, you told us in the chat, everybody congratulated you as well. 14 years, right? 13. Sweet 13. In 3 years it's a sweet 16. Alrighty. Now this is the Swiss A320 arriving from Zurich, flight 728, flight time 1 hour and 10 minutes. 5-year-old airplane, first flight July 2018. Ooh, hey, and another go around. Nice one, this one. Number 4. And that was the sweetest one of them all so far. It almost touched down and then it went around last minute.
It did touch down, but I think it touched down. So
Yeah, it wasn't stable enough. And it's better to be safe than to be sorry, so you can always try again. Nice one.
Dit is de beste.
Ja, deze is vet.
Ik heb nog nooit een go-around gezien. Dus tegen...
Oh, oké.
Dat zijn er 2
Dit waren er 2 achter elkaar. Ja. Right, well, that's probably going to end up as a separate video. This was the nicest of them all.
Oh, dat is
for Daniel's TikTok, he also was filming, so nice.
It's the same name as my YouTube channel always. I like to keep my TikTok name the same as my YouTube name always.
Alright, now. Oh,
Easy,
come on. No, tippy toey, but nice.
That was a good landing.
Little butt shot to boot.
Yes, butt shot. Our favorite of them all.
Alright, now let's have a see. The A380 is expected in 20 or so minutes. Let's see. It's now 2 o'clock. Those go-arounds will probably go before the A380. The A380 is approaching Amsterdam from the east, so we'll have to fly to the north first.
There's a
Right.
300 coming.
Well, the plan is still to stick around until the A380 has landed, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to take a little longer than originally planned. The ETA was 2 o'clock. It's probably going to be a bit later because there are now 2 go-arounds that have to go again.
It was
Embraer 190 up next from Linköping. KLM flight 1180. Landing effortlessly. Over here right now, so something like that also blows the airplanes off course. I wouldn't be surprised that they went around. More Embraer 190s. The next one is approaching from Austria, from Graz, flight 1896, Embraer 190, flight time 1 hour and 40 minutes, the airplane 13 years old, first flight August 2010. Let's see, there's an A320 up next from EasyJet. This airplane hopefully has landed in one go. So 4 go-arounds, 2 back-to-back just now. The last one was the prettiest of them all. Now, doesn't look like we're going to see another go-around on this landing. Very nice. And even a little wheelie, obviously, because why not? Wait for it a little bit, but there it is, the butt shot, indeed. Right, there is a 737 crossing the runway at what altitude? 6,500 feet, so that is above the clouds, but it is passing over the runway. Probably going to enter the traffic counterclockwise. Right, so EasyJet flight 27984 up next, arriving from Santa Claus Town, Rovaniemi. I learned that the other day from you guys. 2 hours and 56 minutes underway. And a nice solid landing there. A320 Neo. 4 years old, first flight July 2019. Oh, absolutely. This is not the easiest of conditions for pilots to land in.
I know. I've experience with it.
And an authority figure. Respect his authority. Next up, E2 Embraer 195, arriving from Nice. I think this was one of the go-arounds, second attempt. Let's see, KLM flight 1254, E2 Embraer, left Nice an hour and 43 minutes ago. A 1-year-old airplane, first flight May 2022. Issues there. Butt shot or not, that is the question. I think the answer is going to be confirming. KLM flight 1316 up next, 737-900, arriving from Bordeaux. Number 8 worldwide most tracked by 324 people. The airplane has been flying for an hour and 25 minutes. 19-year-old airplane, first flight April 2004. Ah, it is the nephew of Captain Eddie Bos using Captain Eddie Bos's account, Andean. Welcome. Over here along the runway, a lot of pedestrians. Daniel and his dad are also here, and more pedestrians to the north. A lot of people have come out to see airplanes land in these windy conditions.
A380 turning to go quite slow.
Right, the A380 also turning, and preceding it a 777-300 as well. That is nice. And the Zurich, the Swiss A220 arriving from Zurich that went around will be the airplane that is preceding the A380 by the looks of it. And it seems that runway 22 is now also open. Parallel arrivals take place on the short Schiphol Oostbaan. Alrighty. So the A380 is now the number 5, I think. It will be the last airplane for me for today. But before that, a couple of more landings, including this one, KLM Flight 1266, Embraer 190, returning from Marseille. Alrighty, now the number 5 worldwide most tracked by 646 people, KLM Flight 1794. It is an Embraer 190 coming from Bavaria, from Munich. There it is. The next airplane behind it is also already visible. Okay, so this is the go-around plane, Gert's Meister says, and Mies as well. KLM Flight 1794, arriving from Munich. Flight time 1 hour 26 minutes. The airplane 14 years old, first flight October 2009.
Even older than me.
And seemingly relatively close behind it is a Boeing 777-300ER arriving from Lima. So, no pressure, but hurry the F up, mate.
Oh, the 777 doesn't have to go around.
Right. Will it land successfully this time round? Probably. Practice makes perfect, and this is a sweet landing. Let's not use the reversers today, shall we? Will it take the first exit? I think it will. It will. Resulting in the infamous butt shot. Alrighty. Next up, KLM Flight 744, arriving from Peru, from Lima. This is a Boeing 777-300ER that began flying to Amsterdam 11 hours and 28 minutes ago. Nearly half a day, ladies and gentlemen. The airplane, 12 years old, began flying in January 2011 for the first time. More airplanes for me for this show for today. The Swiss A320 and then the A380. Speaking of the latter, can we see it already? I'm struggling to see it. Also looking on the screen of my laptop, I'm not seeing it just yet. Oh wait, now I do. There we go, the last airplane of the day, also visible already. Right, now the penultimate airplane of the day is Swiss flight 728, second attempt at landing. BCS-3, it started its life back in the day as a Bombardier C series. These days these are called A320s 300. The flight from Zurich to Amsterdam, including the go around, so far has taken this airplane 1 hour and 27 minutes. It is a 5-year-old airplane, began its career as an airplane in July 2018. Second attempt. Well, I like the first attempt better, resulting in the go around, but kudos to the pilots for landing it safely and nicely. Round of applause from the bystanders over here. Right, last airplane for me for today, it is the Emirates A380 flight 147. Now the number 2 worldwide most tracked by 1104 people. Can we make it number 1? The Emirates A380 Super on its daily flight from Dubai to Amsterdam. Normally speaking, this flight would take around 6.5 hours at this stage. Today it has been underway for 7 hours. That probably has to do with the traffic in the Netherlands, the go-arounds, leading to a few additional airplanes preceding this airplane. It also departed later from Dubai than normal. Normally this airplane would have landed around 12:30 or so. For a long time it was expected around 2 p.m. local time, and it turned out to be 15 minutes later. This airplane is 11 years old. First flight was in July 2012. Still the old standard livery. MS Live members have access to the latest iteration with the ribbon tail. So much, Min, for just now becoming a member. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. Thank you so much for your support. I hope you like it in the lounge. Feel free to use the custom emojis, including the Emirates and A380 emojis, at your disposal whenever you feel like it. And also, thank you, Paolo, for your very generous super chat there. Thank you so much for that, my friend. Now let's look and listen. The A380.
What the?
Touching down in one seemingly effortless go. That did not disappoint in the audio department over here. I hope you guys heard it as well. The reversers till just before vacating. Lovely landing. Unfortunately not a go around. Unfortunately for us, it would have been fun if we were able to see it land twice, but once is twice enough. If you guys like what you saw and you haven't done so already, consider dropping another like in the pond of many likes already. If you like stuff like this and you want to stay informed of when I'm going live in the future, don't forget to become a subscriber and hit the bell icon. You're not doing that for me, but for yourself. so that you get notified by YouTube whenever I go live again. Weather permitting, I'm looking to go out again tomorrow, but I'm not sure if I am going to be able to make it because the weather is always unpredictable here. If the weather is good, I will be out again tomorrow, and if I am going out tomorrow, I hope to see you there. Thanks to everyone for tuning in today. A big thank you to everyone who was so kind to donate super chats and super stickers, donate memberships or become a member themselves. Your support means the world to me, and without you guys this channel wouldn't be anything. Thank you all so much for joining me here today, and a big thank you once again to the moderators for keeping the chat friendly and welcoming. Hope you guys like what you saw, and I hope to see you on the next one. Take care and see you soon.